we'll get to education component, and then finally to the extension component of the project. And hopefully then we can, after each presentation, we'll be doing brainstorming and then questions. And then hopefully by the end, once we have all the ideas put together, we can make a general discussion. So, and that's, the program is, and then we'll have in the box the program and all the slides, but then for the audience here in the room, we'll have all the slides and presentations in that, so you can go over that. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, let's start with the idea of advancing our sustainable beef production in the Western US through multifunctional forest diversity, and how this idea came from. So a refresher for all our advisory board members, you know, this idea of the problem having this sea of grass, this monotony that we have in our rangelands, you know, from just grass species or a few grass species to even more significant problems that we have in different areas. This is in the scablands of eastern Washington, like invasions of weeds and just a monotonous sea of grass, invasive grass, like in this case, Medusa head. So, and the consequences, you know, being the decline, of course, in this quality on these grasses, which disrupts nutrient cyclings. And then we have all issues of supplementation cost, increments in environmental impacts, you know, really inefficiencies in our cow-calf systems, reductions in animal production, in animal welfare, and also reductions in biodiversity. But a potential solution to this problem is the idea of going back to this idea of plant diversity. You know that cattle evolved in the Mediterranean region, grazing a diverse array of broadleaves, grasses, shrubs, trees, you know, but today we have this problem of animals consuming a monotony of grasses. So that's, this plant diversity brings, you know, different benefits to consumers, you know, from nutrients, not only nutrients, but bioactives that provide not only different chemoscapes to the system, but also structural diversity to the herbivores, which offers these different benefits like nutrient use efficiency. We know that some of these bioactives, you know, particularly phenolics, reducing methane and nitrogen emissions, providing medicinal and antioxidant effects, immunomodulatory effects, and also phytonutrients that can appear even in milk and meat with significant benefits that we are unveiling now. So how, the idea is, well, how can we design diverse chemoscapes within these barren landscapes, and essentially how we restore biodiversity? And the idea is this, creating these islands of diversity in these barren landscapes, and then establishing these islands that provide all these different functional benefits to herbivores. So creating these multifunctional working landscapes that benefits not only herbivores, you know, from wild to domestics, but also the environment, right? So reductions in methane, urinary nitrogen, and nitrous oxide to the pollutants to the environment, improvements in animal nutrition, animal health, animal welfare. We also enhance populations of pollinators, wildlife, and we achieve carbon sequestration in our systems, right? So that functional diversity going into from, you know, the sea of grass all the way to the island, this island of diversity that we depict here. And then from that, you know, different benefits emerge from this idea, this central idea that is testing those smart foodscapes on rangelands, how we arrange these islands spatially, how we establish and make these islands persist in the range. So then modeling exercises where we can actually do or create scenarios where we test this in silico, also in vitro, and then all integrated into an outreach program and a STEAM program, an educational program. And then, of course, engagement with producers from interactions and then demonstrations, and also working on looking at the perception of this from the social perspective. So, and that's you know, the first one of the first steps that we took into this. How we deploy these islands into barren landscapes is, well, how we implement those into the landscapes, how we put them into the landscape. And that's, we've been working with Doug Ramsey, and then so Doug is going to present some of the efforts that we're conducting on how we basically select or define where we put those landscapes in these islands into the landscape.
Thanks, Juan. I presented this a few years ago, I think 22 or so. The map that you see there identifies areas within the pasture that are above the number of years they are above the average greenness for that particular year. So the red pixels, I think, represent 1 year above over the of the past 5 years where that pixel was above average greenness for that year. And green represents all 5 years. So you can see it's kind of focused on the east side there, mostly because that this orchard here is irrigated. But you also pick out a number of features here, which include these drainages, which tend to be, of course, more moist and therefore greener. And there's another going here. The biggest problem we had, of course, at the end of the day was to identify where these islands were supposed to go. And here I have islands placed on all 6, but only 3 of these were assigned islands randomly. Those are the treatment pastures or paddocks. And placing them was a challenge because you have to disperse them as much as possible. But if areas that were on average more moist than other areas, so ideal for establishing these pastures or these islands, may not help that distribution very much. So we tried as best we can to place these. You might see these later on in some other slides of where they actually exist. This is just the mock-up of it. But for the most part, I think all the islands are surviving, except for maybe one is having a hard time, and that ended up being in a drier area. So the data we used for this, of course, was NDVI derived from Sentinel-2 imagery from 2016 through 2021 or 2020, can't remember exactly. It's 5 years. And those are converted to NDVI, and the average, the pixels that were above the average NDVI value for that year were identified as the greenest pixels, and then this is the result. Good? Are there any questions I can?
Perfect. So so we can go after, at the end, we'll just of this section, so we can start going over. So if you have any questions or, so the next component is implementation. So how we test these different forage species, natives and non-natives, and how that they establish in different regions.
Okay, thanks, Juan. This is my grad student who just finished her master's in the field. But what we did was we established monocultures so that we could look at these plant materials side by side. We had 4 locations at different altitudes. And so we've settled on focusing on a few of these species. So on the right side, you can see sandfoin, small burnet, alfalfa, showy goldeneye, Utah sweet vetch, 2 natives, and then falcata alfalfa and bird's foot trefoil. So in the graph in the corner, you can see and the other graphs you'll see will be in the same order. So the plant species are across the bottom, and then the groupings are, in this case, yield from June through October. So each column represents a different month. And so you can see that alfalfa, Bladak alfalfa, and sandfoin are the biggest yielding plants, and 7,000 kilograms per hectare translates into about 3 tons per acre. So you can get an idea of the yield and how the yield drops off. But what I wanted to do was try to translate this into feed and as a supplement for this, monotonous grass. So this is kind of a year in the life of a cow. So we're looking at the first 2/3 of pregnancy from July through December, and then the last third of pregnancy, and then the period of lactation. You can see that the requirements go up in terms of, in the middle, their intake as a percent of body weight, and then intake in pounds. Energy as TDN, crude protein, and those are both as percentages, but then translated into pounds. So the requirements don't shift over the period of time that we're primarily concerned with. So then I'll show you those same plant species and their protein concentrations. The dotted line, or sorry, the dashed line is at about 7.5%, which is the requirement for protein. So you can see that most of these 7 plant materials, and crested is on the very far right, are for much of the year that we looked at from June through October, meeting those requirements. But some of the yields of these plants, like Utah sweet vetch, even though it's got the protein and the TDN values, I'll show you in a minute, their yield isn't that great, but they have the right concentrations. This is total digestible nutrients in terms of percentages, and so they all meet or exceed that. We have, because we're high, we have great solar radiation, and so these plants can accumulate some extra carbohydrates, so they're a little more nutritious than they might be grown in different environments. Okay, so then this is those months, June through October, where we made our measurements, and this doesn't factor in yield, but you can see the same array of plant species, and where they're in red is the pounds of each of these that's required to meet the 7.5% of protein in the diet. The intake, the total sort of maximal intake, it was how I looked at it, is on the left. So 9-10 pounds of Falcata meets the protein requirement of the 21 plus that she can consume. And then if you look at the lower set of data, you can see Falcata again is in red because it only takes an additional 6.32 pounds to meet the TDN requirement. And so anything that's in red meets or exceeds and therefore can serve as a supplement. So the rest of the material can come from the grass. And so it gives us a starting point for looking at which of these species not only can meet the requirements of the animals, but then can be used as supplements. And so bird's foot trefoil, sandfoin, but showy goldeneye actually has not only the protein, but it has some very interesting secondary metabolites. And so any methane that's lost is a loss of energy. Any nitrogen that isn't used by the cow is a loss to the environment. And then these secondary metabolites can also keep the nitrogen in organic matter in the soil, so it can be used to hold water and hold nutrients. So I just wanted to show you where we're going with this, so that we're trying to make these islands very practical, and we're looking at what we can use and when we can use it, and then how much it becomes a supplement rather than just the feed that meets the animal's requirements. So
Yeah, so now we're switching gears to the synergisms, looking at these different plant species and how we can basically factor these synergisms into potential efficiencies in the cow-calf phase. So that's we did this exercise with Lincoln University, with Pablo Gregorini, looking at the model MINDY and then using different scenarios to determine how much essentially of these different species can be actually utilized for the animal in an efficient way. So that's that deployment that, yeah, Pablo, are you
Yes.
online? So yeah, let's describe what we found in this paper, which was published in the recently in the Journal of Agricultural Science.
Well, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. Just it's early in the morning here, so thank you for allowing me to wake up at the milking time. So what we did here is just challenge the model MINDY, which is pretty much a mechanistic and dynamic model, pretty much a virtual cow, in different with different grazing management. What were based on the allocation of islands, either with sandfoin or barefoot trefoil, and the allocations of these plant species containing tannins was with different amounts, pretty much in residence time in those islands that go for 0, it's a control, the monotony of grass, all the way to 20% of their intake, right? As a supplement to the monotony of grass, if you like. But also we combine in a factorial arrangement that two difference of two legumes and two different levels of legumes allocation, again, residence time in the island with the frequency of that allocation of that island, which was 5, 10, or 15, daily, weekly, fortnightly, and monthly, right? The results what we got so far is, of course, when we allocated legumes containing tannins, performance of the animal increased because pretty much the animal, the rumen supply greater amount of nutrients to the host animal. Also the effect of tannins, as well as we increase the supply of tannins to the animal, and then the rumen reduce the methane yield and nitrogen in urine, and the total urinary nitrogen excreted. The most interesting thing, as Juan has marked in those slides, is that the better result were obtained with the least frequency of allocation. Although there are several works in the literature that said the more the greater the frequency of allocation of a supplement, it's the improvement of the animal in terms of animal performance and environmental impact. We found that the frequency in this case for these conditions didn't do much in the greater frequency. Pretty much what we found is that the least frequency was the better. So allocating those islands at the level of intake of 15 or 20%, as you can see in the graph, reduce the environmental cost. And what would we mean by environmental cost? For example, if you look at the graph on top, the environmental cost in terms of urinary nitrogen excretion per increment of production as compared to the control. And if you see in the graph at the bottom, it is the cost in terms of methane produced per increments in production compared to the control. What this is telling us that not as frequent allocation of the islands do the trick and not only increase production, but also the cost of that increase of production is the least. We can't deny that increase of production has an environmental impact, but that can be reduced by the frequency of allocation. This relatively low frequency of allocation, it's just pretty much suitable for rangeland managers, if you like, because it's not that frequent. And it's just once a month, the animals would be defoliating those islands, and that would be it pretty much, instead of more frequent allocation. You know, also these allocations, you know, because they have a certain level of legumes to be fed over residence time, will help to transfer nutrients to other part of the rangelands. So again, we combine in a factorial arrangement, 2 different legumes containing tannins. We combine different levels of legumes supplementation to the rangelands, from 5 to 20% of the daily intake, and frequencies that go weekly, daily, weekly, and monthly. And we found that high levels of supplementation or longer residence time in the islands of the cows to consume 15 or 20% with low frequency of allocation were the best in terms of environmental impact per unit of increment of production as compared to the control.
Yeah, thank you, Pablo. Yeah, and then we next starting to do this in vitro screening on these combinations of legumes and with different plant secondary compounds versus crested wheatgrass, which is essentially the the monotony, and then the inclusion of these legumes as single species or their combinations of different species to 2-way and 3-way combinations, and that's did that in a batch culture systems and continuous fermented system. So this study is still in preparation, but then the some of the bottom line I put it here, like including a couple of legumes, particularly versus trefoil and sunfoil, tannin-containing legumes, reduce ammonia production, and then we have some data in the field that shows that as well. And then the adding 3 level of legumes to the grass also increase the fiber digestibility in the combination and reduce emissions of ammonia, the ammonia production, which is also beneficial, showing at some kind of synergism, and that's still the data is preliminary. Then the deployment of smart Foodscapes to the range, that's what we are doing in our pilot study in Richmond, USU Richmond site, where we actually created these islands that I'm showing here, and then those islands containing strips of different legumes with plant secondary compounds, from alfalfa to versus trefoil, forage kochia, sunfoil, and small burnet. You see that different phenolic compounds and a diversity of these compounds that have been shown to, at least in isolation, having positive effects on nutrition and on animal health. Then we have cow-calf pairs assigned to these treatments with or without these islands. And then the measurements are essentially looking at the environmental impact, methane emissions, urinary nitrogen excretion to the environment, also antioxidant and immunomodulatory responses in the animal when they are grazing these compounds, their distribution and grazing behavior, and also their volatile fatty acid composition and rumen microbiome. That's those are the experiments we're conducting right now, and that's And then we are also looking at the environmental impact of this, not only this, but the life cycle assessment on these systems, where we basically add this island to the grazing system, and then looking at how that is impacting these issues on greenhouse gas, fossil fuel energy use, on production. So then we have Jasmine going to present on that, and that's a study that is going underway.
Thank you. Okay, so as Juan mentioned, we are working on aggregating all of the measured data and some of the model data actually into a life cycle assessment of beef that would come off of either a system using the Foodscapes or a system not using the Foodscapes, so sort of a conventional grazing system. And for folks who aren't familiar with life cycle assessment, I just wanted to give a quick background. So in life cycle assessment, we have 4 phases. The first is the goal and scope definition. So we did a lot of this when we wrote the proposal. Now, life cycle assessments, we typically start working on them towards the back end of the project, right, once the data have been collected. So we've done a little bit of refining of the goal and scope, and we're moving into the inventory analysis. So inventory analysis is basically your data collection phase. It's when you take all of the primary data, all the model data, and put them into the databases that you use, which you then aggregate into categories. So for example, for the greenhouse gas emissions category, we would have kilograms of carbon dioxide coming from fuel emissions if you're running tractors. We would have kilograms of methane coming from the cows. We'll have kilograms of nitrous oxide coming from manure, for example. We would then take each of those greenhouse gases, we'd weight them using global warming potentials, and then try to say something about the potential climate impact of that beef using what you've probably heard is a carbon footprint. It's also called a global warming potential. So we'll do that for the metrics that are shown on the slide. And then the 4th phase of life cycle assessment is the interpretation. So that's where you interpret your data, right? Each of the arrows on the slide are double-headed because it is very much an iterative process. Usually your goal and scope when you first define your goal and scope, usually it requires you to model the world. And then you realize you don't have the data, the time, or the resources to collect enough data to model the world. So you'll go back and refine your scope. Or you might get to the interpretation and realize you need to collect more data to understand your results. So it's an iterative process. And for the purposes of this project, let's see if you can see the mouse there. Yeah. So the primary data that we have so far are being collected here at the cow-calf phase. And the type of information we're using are the cow body weights, calf weaning weights, intake, the measured enteric methane emissions, et cetera. And so we'll take those from the actual Foodscapes experiment. We'll also take some of the modeled data from MINDY to model both production but also environmental impact at the cow-calf phase. Then from there, we will aggregate data. And so in part of this sort of refining of the goal and scope, it looks like we've actually got more data that we can use to carry the environmental impact assessment from the cow-calf phase through the processing phase. And so we would take feedlot data, for example, average daily gain, days on feed, processing data, so what were the hot carcass weights so we can get dressing percentages. And we'd stop there. So we're not going to model the consumer, but I included it so you could get an example of how extensive an LCA could be. And so at the end of aggregating that data, we'd have some estimate of the environmental impact of beef produced in the Foodscape system and in the conventional system all the way through to the processing gate. What we'll end up with once the LCA is done is a carbon footprint, so kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalents per kilogram of beef produced in each system. Some information about natural resource consumption. So in certain environments, your water footprint might be pretty high. So if you're irrigating, this is just blue water, it doesn't include rain. So if you're irrigating a crop, that's going to drive your water footprint up, right? If you're in rain-fed area, your water footprint's typically lower. Land use, water quality, so some of the MINDY data, the nitrogen cycling data would be informative for eutrophication potential, and then energy consumption, which I expect to be pretty low in these kinds of systems. So.
Yeah, thank you, Jasmine. And then the next, so in the time when we're establishing these islands, that it takes time. That's a process that we need to, these are perennials that take time to establish. So in the process, what we did is a supplementation study where we just graze these the monotonous grass, the meadow brome, providing some supplementation with the secondary compounds that are going to be present in these islands, condensed and hydrolyzable tannins. So these are phenolic compounds that are pretty much most in all the species that we have in these islands. So at about 0.5% of their diet. And then we have animals with GPS collars to basically look at their animal distribution, and also equipped with these three-axial accelerometers for tracking their grazing behavior. So we have all that basically ready for when the animals are grazing on these islands. But preliminary results that we found here is that the tannin supplementation, we were able to look at different behaviors of the animals while grazing, grazing events, resting in bed, rumination events because of these accelerometers and these pedometers that they had in their back legs. So we are able to see that, condensed tannins promoted enhancing the evening grazing, and then we see that there are some interesting results on the behavior of these cows, and also reduce evening rumination. So we were able to basically look at pair data with the actual behavior on the collar accelerometer data. Then the interesting part that we found is that those animals supplemented with condensed tannins were more efficient. Essentially, they were looking at more selective in their selection of grass. You could see by the fiber that they left the pasture was greater in the pastures that they were grazed with cows with the secondary compound supplementation, and they also the fecal fiber content of these animals was lower, so meaning that those animals were more selective, trying to get the better quality of that pasture. This is all preliminary data that we are analyzing, and then we see on their distribution in the landscape that they were also more even distribution, where we have a much more uniform distribution than with a lower coefficient of variation in the distribution. So that's what we also found is that these animals with these secondary compounds that are present in these islands have a lower blood urea nitrogen concentration, which is indicative of lower reduced rumen proteolysis. We also are analyzing, the microbial diversity of these rumens on animals consuming these with or without the secondary compounds. But in terms of the blood urinary nitrogen concentration was reduced because there was a reduced proteolysis and lower urinary nitrogen excretion, which means that is lower emissions of nitrogen to the environment and much better use of the nitrogen by the animals. So the animals actually were retaining more nitrogen in their tissues. In terms of methane emissions, we also saw a reduction in emissions on animals consuming these bioactives that are present in these islands. Particularly, we reach up to 20% reduction in methane emissions from these animals, which is significant, in terms of their efficiency at utilizing the grass that was present in these paddocks. And essentially what that's translated into what are the consequences of this by animals utilizing carbon more efficiently and utilizing nitrogen more efficiently is that a reduced body weight loss in the cows that were supplemented with tannins, 4% versus a 6%. But most interesting is that the calves, the tannin group gained 66 kilos in a couple of months, over 10 kilos more than control animals, right? So that presence of these secondary compounds actually led to a much better use efficiency of the carbon and nitrogen that was offered to them. So that was the bottom, and hopefully that is going to be reflected in the island grazing that we're going to do this summer. And then we also do it like a metabolomic study. Well, Stefan wasn't here today, but that's we're looking at the metabolome of these animals being supplemented with these condensed tannins, and then some metabolites identified in the animal tissues like catechol, dextroflavone, and hydroxycortisol were greater in those animals consuming these secondary compounds. We know that those compounds present in the animal tissue help them neutralize free radicals, support cellular health, and then improve animal health by reducing oxidative stress. So all these inputs that we're providing to those animals were positive in terms of the animal health, which will be continued to explore in these future studies. So that's from this perspective on the deployment of smart foodscapes. So now what we are thinking, for the future. So how are we moving into the future with this program? So the first approach is, of course, is to be scaling up from this study that we have, this model study that we have, and all these demonstration plots that we see in the extension component of the project. So scaling this up from 50 acres to thousands of acres, and hopefully we can start, getting government agencies interested in this approach to create these multifunctional systems of diversity into monotonous landscapes, which are not only benefits to livestock, but also expanding to wildlife and the environment, right? So that's so that idea of integrating then restoration into this program, right? So how we, at the same time that we are providing all this benefit, we are including restoration programs and potentially combinations of restoration programs that actually enhance the ecological benefits that we provide to our rangelands from this idea of providing chemodiversity and taxonomic diversity to our landscapes, right? So that's with this idea of devising these landscape interventions that not only benefit livestock, but also the whole system, right? So from soils to wild species, to pollinators, to the environment in general, right? So that's where we're bringing our restoration programs to the picture. And so we'll have Kari Veblen presenting on how the plan is essentially to merge this smart foodscapes program with restoration efforts.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what I am just going to do here is provide some context for my perspective on how these smart foodscapes might be scaled up, as Juan was talking about. So like maybe a year or so into the project, I saw Juan and I said, oh, so, how did it go getting those islands established, right? And he admitted there'd been a few bumps in the road. And I wasn't super surprised by that, because what I do and what I think a lot of people in this meeting do is spend a lot of time thinking about how to restore plants in these rangelands. And it turns out it's really, really hard to get the ones that you want established. And so, as an example, in the Great Basin, there are a lot of people thinking about how to restore these big rangeland landscapes. And, and in the theme of what Juan's been talking about, it's in order to provide forage for livestock, in order to provide habitat for things like sage grouse. And oftentimes we concentrate on these native species that have cultural uses or might be important for pollinators. But oftentimes the success of these restoration projects is moderate to very, very bad. And there are a number of reasons for this. Oftentimes it's huge landscapes like people are working over. And so with that, you have different types of soils, and you have And so, it's hard to be able to prescribe certain techniques that work on all of these, in all of these different soil types. You have weeds all over the place, and then you have these prolonged droughts. And so that just ends up making it difficult. So within that landscape of, having trouble getting things restored, a few years ago, Chris Hulvey led a paper in which we presented this idea of using restoration islands as a tool for restoration in these dryland or rangeland landscapes. And so the idea actually for using islands originated in tropical wet forests. Right? And so here on the left, you see a little cartoon of natural regeneration, which happens naturally over a long time period. And then on the far right, you have the more extreme environment where you have plantations, right? You put a whole bunch of money and energy into it, and then you end up with this really artificial landscape. But there in the middle, you have these tree islands. And so you see at the top there, it's like you actually make these islands of trees. And the idea is that over time, they nucleate and end up spreading, and you end up with this more natural situation. And so one of the points that we make in this paper is that well, these drylands or rangelands are not wet tropical forests, and that really matters. And so what you might expect is that in these dryland systems, you need to really work with the islands themselves as they are, and just assume that it may take some time and may not be on a meaningful time scale before they actually start nucleating. So like, what is the value of those islands themselves? How can they be incorporated into management? And so here I have a picture of, this is a cheatgrass monoculture. Most people would agree that this is not really an ideal productive landscape for most uses. Here we have a more natural sagebrush landscape, and there are a lot of positive uses associated with that. And then here in the middle, it's a little bit hard to see, but what we have here is this field. It's a pasture of grasses for forage. And then these here are these patches of sagebrush. And so this is a project actually with Eric Thacker. And so this is one of those examples where you have these islands, and they, much like with these smart foodscapes, you have them contributing to heterogeneity in the landscape. So this is good for wildlife, for example, and then also serving as a source of diversity. You have the structural diversity of introducing these shrubs into these grassy landscapes, and also they can be as little refugia, right, for native species that might be hiding out in there. And then just practically speaking, it's also kind of nice because the idea is you can actually concentrate your efforts and really limited resources into these small areas. And the theory is that if you can concentrate all that effort, all that money, that maybe you'll have a higher chance of success, which is what we're always looking for. So this is what led Juan and me to talking about how this Foodscapes 2.0 might be an opportunity to sort of roll out this island approach as an ecological tool for these big multi-use landscapes. And so what that means is trying to align a tool like this with what land managers or restoration practitioners might be wanting to do, or what they need to do for their jobs. And so in this case, we're talking about this idea of trying to maximize functional and chemical diversity on the landscape. And so an example here that we came up with is, so with the Foodscapes, you've been largely focusing on forbs in these islands that are scattered on the landscape. And so one possibility would be to add in some native grasses, which increases diversity, and then uses, supporting other uses on the landscape. Another possibility might be to add shrubs to those forb islands. And then when you add those shrubs, then maybe there's some sort of synergies or facilitation that encourages other species like these native grasses to grow, and also increases the overall structural and species diversity. And then this last possibility of maybe adding in forbs plus grasses and shrubs. And then another idea that we have been talking about is this idea of testing these sort of more outside the box restoration approaches. So what I have here is a picture of what we call a wildling. And so this is a mature sagebrush that we dug up and then we actually transplanted those. And that's in contrast to what people usually do, which is usually trying to establish sagebrush from seed, or people have increasingly been using little seedlings. But this is just kind of like a completely wacky, weird, impractical idea, but it's something we managed to try. And then what we have here is just showing that comparing these mature wildling transplants to tubelings, we had much greater survival rate over several years. And so this really is just to show that that these foodscapes may be an opportunity to be a testing ground for some of these restoration approaches that also might at the same time serve these other functions that you guys have been working with these smart foodscapes, and that I think Juan is going to spend a little bit of time talking about now.
Put it on. Okay, so yeah, so that's so essentially looking at this idea of this functional and chemical diversity that we add when we provide these different plant species, like Gary was mentioning, not just in terms of species, but also in terms of chemodiversity, and then exploring, the influence of these patches or these islands on distribution of animals, not just domestic, but also wild species. And then looking at animal health and, of course, productivity. Animal health from these, metabolomic studies that we are working in collaboration with Dr. Van Vliet here at Utah State, where we are looking at the metabolome of these animals when they are exposed to these secondary compounds in these different plant species, and how that is impacting their health. Also, another approach is to look at the microhabitat formation from these islands. There's evidence that they create microhabitats that are not only functional within the island, but then they start moving outwards, and then looking at the carbon that is being sequestered in this process, and how that, increasing, reliance and studies on soils, and how that those islands are basically pivotal at sequestering that carbon into the soil. And then we have some work that we've been discussing, with Chris and her group on that topic, and also looking at the habitat quality then for pollinators, small mammals, and avian wildlife. So all those being looking at this, how these different plant arrangements that we deploy in the landscape at large scales are impacting all these other benefits that we can see from the system, and not just from the beef cow itself. So that's essentially the idea, is to promote efficient landscape interventions into the systems, that we can have these systems evolving, not just looking at their taxonomy, but also looking at the structure, as Kari was mentioning, in terms of providing habitat from different species, but also providing a chemical and spatial diversity that that can provide multiple ecosystem services to ranchers, and then the idea that how they incorporate those systems, we'll see that in the next session. So that's like an overview of this deployment component of smart foodscapes. So yeah, let's we have some questions for time for questions, or open the floor to comments or brainstorming on this component of the system. Sure, yes. Yeah, so you can press that button. Yeah, I didn't mention that. Yeah, so hopefully that technology helps us.
Okay, I walked in a little late. On the tannin supplement, is that a feed in a barrel, or are you giving an injection? How are you giving these cattle the tannin supplements?
Okay, good point. Yeah, so we were providing these tannins in distiller grain supplement, so that the control animals have the the tubs with the grains, and then the treatment animals have the same distiller grains with other tannins. Yes, so that was about 0.05% of their diet overall. So that was lower than, so yeah, 0.05% of the diet. So that was a fairly low percentage of bioactives that the animals were consuming on a daily basis. And they were consuming that amount, in a matter of about 10 minutes, about 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you do any controls to see if they were uniformly taking those supplements?
In terms of in terms of time, or
Because like the boss cow will come up to the barrel and knock the other cows off. How are you ensuring that the whole herd gets the supplement?
oh yeah, that's a good point. Yes, so we had they have like a four cow-calf pairs in each because we had more kind of spatial replications in what we analyzed statistically was the spatial replication and not the individual, right? So that's so in each spatial replication we have 4 pairs, and then they have ample space of bank for that supplement, right? So they could have free access even if the dominant cow was just taking a bunch of space in the bank. The other cows had plenty of space, so you could probably host even 3 times the number of animals in that bank. So that we try to reduce the effect of competition by giving ample of bank space to the cows.
Okay, I think this is my last question. So that being said, economically, did you study how much it costs to give the supplement versus the 10 kilogram gain?
That's another really good point. Yeah, so we have we have an economist in the group that he's looking at all these numbers, that in terms of the benefits that all these inputs are going to promote to the producers. So that's so he's doing a cost analysis, cost benefit analysis on all these. So looking at all these factors, and it's good that you mentioned that because he's not been presenting. I think he's in the audience. So if you want to give more. So Stephen, I think, is in the audience, but so he wants to talk a little bit more about the cost-benefit analysis on this approach. So Stephen, are you?
Hi, Juan. That's a very good question. That's in process. It's part of a bigger picture in terms of the establishment of the forage islands and the details that go with that entire process. So it's a little more complicated than that.
Okay, yeah, but so that's a really significant component, right? So that so this, and then I think from this component at this time of the project, I think that economic analysis is going to be, and we had a meeting this morning with Stephen, like it's going to be like a really consequential component of this project is, well, what are the economics behind all this? And so what is that cost benefit, right? So that's, and we think, and then not only looking at the dollar value added, so that, the dollar, but also additional values, right? Like I say, biodiversity, soil quality, biodiversity, so many other attributes that, and then when we look at the social component, we see how producers now are becoming more and more concerned. Of course, the dollar sign is really significant, but then, other attributes from the ranch, like say, well, I want to see, well, I think that Eric probably going to talk about this on the extension component. Ranchers wanted to see, well, how we can enhance the biodiversity of my operation, that beyond just an issue that is only tied to dollars, because they're really, and we talked about this morning, the idea of ranchers really being challenged by we are losing thousands of acres to development, on an yearly basis. And so how they value their operation just beyond just, of course, the economic value has to be has to be, economic to be sustainable, but at the same time, to keep these operations going, we have a like Utah coalition here in the valley that is actually looking at ways that ranchers can keep the ranches going, in addition to producing, of course, making it economically sustainable, but at the same time keeping that ranch to all the land that is being lost to development. So I think that's and then adding this value of the biodiversity to their operation. So I think that's what I think I'm really excited about this project, because it's adding this capacity, this multifunctional capacity to the operations that are just looking beyond the cow-calf production. It's going to be looking beyond that. Well, all these additional ecosystem benefits, from soils to plants to wildlife, to the environment. So any other questions? Or yes, Carrie. You have to keep it pressing. Yes, press it and then keep it pressed.
I probably shouldn't ask this question, but I'm going to. So you mentioned with the tannins that the cattle were ruminating less, I think, right? Like when
Yes, the evening.
yeah. So is that good or bad?
Well, I think that's because that was the evening rumination events, so that meaning that that's another indicator that the animal tends to ruminate more when there's more fiber, so more lower quality plant material into their system. So that they are ruminating less, it means that the quality of the diet that they're selecting is better quality. So that then requires them to spend less time, ruminating, which from the energetics component of the animal is beneficial, and also from the activity pattern of the animal is also beneficial, because they'll be spending less time in actually processing food and more time invested into searching or eating for food. So I think it's overall, I think it's a benefit for the animal that has less time invested in actually breaking down the food.
And so that weight loss we saw on the cattle, not the calves gained, but the cattle lost a little. They lost less than the control group. Is that because they came off of a hay-based diet before and went out to grass pastures, and so everybody lost a little, not because of any other reason?
Yes. So that, the loss, I think, is what is attributed to that, significant decline on quality that I was mentioning before on these cycles that, ranchers here in the Intermountain West are facing, right? They're looking at landscapes that are losing very quickly nutritional quality. And then from this supplementation, we're hoping that with these islands, the losses are not going to be as consequential. But from that little supplement, they were having only a kilo on average, a kilo per head per day of this supplement. So it's a really minimal input of distiller grains. So that difference in weight, we believe that is related to the benefit of these secondary compounds are helping the animals retain more nitrogen into the system, and then retain even more carbon into the system, right? Because they're being more efficient at emitting methane. So the animals were becoming a little bit, and then that was a difference in the evolution of weight. We believe that's attributed to those issues. And hopefully that can be amplified, because in this scenario, the only difference was just a secondary compound present or absent. Now what we are seeing is that these animals are going to have more like a matrix, a much more natural supplementation program, where we have the actual plants that are going to be supplemented to the animals. So it's going to be a much more whole package, essentially, for the cow, as opposed to just like a tiny input of a secondary compound. So we think that effort should be amplified with the actual island, which on one is more natural than just providing a supplement, but at the same time achieving a much more natural and enhanced utilization of the resource.
Okay, I just barely made that connection. I'm so glad you clarified that. So that's why they're adding the shrubs into the islands, is for the tannins in the bark.
That's exactly right. So that so these shrubs are known to contain these bioactive compounds that haven't been explored extensively on rangelands. You know, we believe that not only sagebrush and other like winter fat, other like plants provide all this array of unknown chemicals that we are exploring that can provide substantial benefits to agroecosystems and just kind of are being overlooked, in terms of potential benefits that they will add to the system, and even in really small inputs, right? So they don't need to be like a significant component of the diet, but just small. And that's what we are seeing with these metabolomic studies, is that really small inputs of these bioactives are promoting really amplified benefits into the animal. So I think that there's a lot of potential for the new science within range ecosystems, looking at these bioactives and what are the impacts into not only the animal that's consuming them, but also the implications for the human that then is consuming these bioactives, right? So that's so I think that there's a really significant field of research that we are really hope to expand on these benefits on really micro inputs from these bioactives, and then the potential benefits that we see in agroecosystems. And you can add.
I'm kind of having a personal experience with something really similar. So I kept some cows home on the farm, and they received this winter, and they received really high quality hay and the best diet that I could provide for them, but minimal biodiversity. And I took the majority of my cows to the desert, and they had to work really hard. They have to go find water. I mean, if I had a tracking, you would find that those girls on the desert are working extremely hard. And I wish that I was a researcher. I wish that I had this set up, but the body condition score of my girls coming off the desert was significantly higher than the cows that stayed on the farm. And my dad and I have noticed patterns where the cows will go to specific places during specific times of the year. And I don't have proof of this, but I really believe that it has to do with there's like micronutrients, or maybe it's tannins that they need in those places, and they're getting them because they have 10,000 acres, 15,000 acres on that desert ground, and they don't have it on my farm on prime hay. So I think that there's a lot of anecdotal evidence to support these islands, and that the islands are occurring on the desert because humans haven't changed those patterns, and it's not happening on my farm. And I could not believe it when I brought the girls home from the desert. They looked so much healthier.
Yeah, really good points. Yeah, that's so I think that's what we need. Actually, this Smart Foodscapes 2.0, that's the idea, is try to expand this into looking at how some of these small and micro inputs of these secondary compounds are promoting, like overall, cellular health, from cellular health to the animal, to prevention of disease, to efficiency of nutrient use. And I think several significant components to the systems that haven't been overlooked, in rangeland ecosystems. So I think that's. I don't know if someone from the audience want to add more. I don't know, Pablo, if you have some data on biodiversity and secondary compounds that you want to share with the group. Yeah.
Yeah, Juan, may I ask, may I comment there?
Sure, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, I didn't know if you can hear me or not. That's very interesting thing, and we are finding quite similar results with a very low dose of tannins in our dairy cows here. But one interesting thing, although I can't remember the name of the exact metabolite in humans, we found, you know, in the lab of Stefan, when we that analyzed our data, that one of the key metabolites in humans and also in them was related to a greater absorption of nutrients, which would indicate that animals get satiated and human get satiated faster, but also an increase in nutrient total feed utilization there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pablo. Any other comments, or yes, I start pulling the next set of slides. Any other questions or comments? Let's see if we can.
I have a question for when Doug was showing the one plot that wasn't getting established very well. Is there any like anecdotal observations that you can see as why that didn't establish?
Yeah, if you just push the button. Yeah, you push that.
All right, so did they hear your question? Did you just?
So I know which one.
Okay.
Is the,
So
Yes.
Edie,
Yes,
do you know why that one island failed or didn't produce as well?
I think
it's already, yeah.
so. So
Okay. We ready? All right.
Okay, so we are going. Yeah, so we are moving now to the education component of the project, and so the education summary now. So we have that second component I was mentioning before. So we have Kathy Trundle and then Rita Hagevik presenting. So it's Rita. Are you in? Are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm on Zoom. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. So yeah, so your slides are.
Okay. Is someone changing them for me then?
Okay. Yeah, I can do it.
This is different because I'm not in control. Okay.
Sure.
So, hello everyone from sunny, warm North Carolina, where it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I will be sharing the first part of this presentation, which is a summary, which is the education summary. And then Kathy will share 2.0. And I don't see that she's on here, but she's been texting me, so hopefully she will get on here, and she is in Maryland, so we're kind of all over the place. All right, so you can turn it. Next slide. So this is the education research team, phase 1, and Kathy and I are presenting, and these are all the different people involved. Some of which are on here on Zoom. I think I saw Catherine and Caitlin and Aurora are all here. Okay. So I'll just talk briefly about phase 1 and what we found and how it's going. So phase 1 of that we've been working on the education component is the sustainable gardens, which are basically smart foodscapes installed at the schools. a research-based curricula for the teachers to use with their gardens in the schools, teacher resources, and career videos. So here are the sustainable gardens that we have established. They are all installed and they are all up and running. So we have 5 gardens that have been installed in Price and in Logan or the Logan area. So we have Wellington and Edith Bone, and we have finished the elementary component of the grant now. So we are now focused on the middle and high school components, which is Walquist, which is in Far West, and then Carbon High School and Pinnacle Carbon Academy, which are in the Price area. So we are having the secondary, we'll call them the middle school and high school summer camps this summer and then next summer. Actually, they will be happening in just the first middle school, high school camps at Walquist and at Carbon and Pinnacle will be happening in just a couple weeks. So we have developed a research-based curricula around STEAM. And we have 49 elementary lessons developed, 66 middle school, 66 high school. We have published 7 practitioner articles. That means that these are publications for teachers on how to do these different types of lessons. And they are in 4 different peer-reviewed journals. And here's one of them, Bee Ambassadors for Pollen, right here as an example. Okay. We have 20 teacher and family resource sheets that we have published through extension. And these have turned out to be invaluable, not only to the teachers and the families in the project, but if you turn to the next slide, it's pretty interesting, but apparently a lot of other people are also using these. So this just gives you an idea of all the different places and the different countries where people are downloading and using these resource sheets. We also have these STEM career videos, which last year you got to see some of the STEM career videos. But those are continuing and we are starting to wrap those up actually. But in the end, there'll be 20. So elementary, and 1 at the elementary level and then another at the secondary level. And so these are online. So if you go to the Smart Foodscapes website, you can see these different career videos. And what's pretty, I think, interesting about these, which is just like the resource sheets, is other people are using these across the country already. So let's talk about the research that we've been working on. So here are research variables just as a review. We're looking at knowledge, environmental knowledge, and knowledge toward bees and bee conservation, attitudes, behaviors, and career interest in STEM fields. So these are our variables. And here's our intervention. These are the STEAM lessons that we have developed around garden-based learning. They're integrated. They use the 3H model, and they also incorporate citizen science. So here we have the results from the elementary bee camps, and we have analyzed this data and have been presenting it because these camps are over. And we have found a statistically significant increase in these students in bee knowledge, in their attitudes toward nature, and in self-efficacy toward environmental action. These are given pre and post. but no significant increase in self-efficacy toward pollinator conservation specifically. So we are now working on analyzing the elementary data pre, mid, and post, and this is data that we collected during the school year. So this is data collected during the school year at the schools, pre, mid, and post, and we're working on analyzing that. We're going to continue to gather the middle school and high school data, pre, mid, and post, and we'll also gather pre and post data after the secondary bee camps. We're analyzing the psychometrics for the bee survey, which is the only instrument that we developed. The other ones that we're using were previously developed and published. And we have a paper that is actually close to being published on developing a nature identity framework. And for this, we use the Sea Grant data. All right, now phase 2. I guess we'll take questions at the end.
Hi, we're switching speakers now. It's Kathy, and I'm happy to be with you. I'm just at my daughter's graduation, so I got to hood her. So thinking about what comes next, we have our education research team, which includes myself and Rita. Rita will be retiring, and she will be a consultant coming up on the next phase of the project. The co-PIs on the project are myself, Michelle Burrows, who is in Ag Ed, and she is the director of the National Center for Agricultural Literacy, which includes Ag in the Classroom. Neil Legler is the director of the Center for Instructional Design and Innovation at Utah State, and his team will be leading the efforts of the concurrent enrollment course development. Our consultants include Mesut Saçkas, who is in Turkey, and he is will be our statistician. He's working with us now. Larry Krisick is emeritus from Ohio State University, a geologist. He will be working with us on some of the professional development and concurrent enrollment courses. And Dr. Judith Lederman, she will be helping us with some of the teacher professional development module development. So looking at smart foodscapes in phase 2 compared to phase 1, phase 1 focused, as Rita told you, on K through 12 education. Phase 2 will focus on undergraduate education. And what we're going to talk to you about today is our plans for concurrent enrollment course development. The other aspects include translating our lessons and integrating those into the Ag in the Classroom resources. So we'll follow up with that also with a short discussion on that. So thinking about phase 2, and this is something Juan talked about on the research side, but reframing the research from, we still have our core values that we believe in, the same things that we're going to pursue. However, we're reframing it to efficiency and then food security. And then on the education side, we're reframing from underrepresented groups in STEM disciplines to workforce readiness. We still have a commitment to recruiting underrepresented groups into STEM courses and to STEM careers. And then also we'll continue our research on STEM career interest. The education partners in phase 2 include, as I mentioned, the National Center for Ag Literacy, and that QR code will take you to their website so you can learn more about that. And that's a USDA funded center. Included in that National Center for Agricultural Literacy is the National Ag in the Classroom, and that's at Utah State also, and that the QR code will take you to their website. And then the Center for Instructional Design and Innovation, CIDI, and that's their QR code to their website, so you can check out those new partners that we have. And with those partners, we're going to be developing 15 concurrent enrollment courses. In the first year of the project, we'll develop 5. In the second year, we will start the development of a new 5. And the third year, a development of an additional 5. So the 15 courses spread out over the first 3 years. We also will stagger the research on those courses. So the first year, working with each of those 3 cohorts for concurrent enrollment course development will involve developing the course in year 1, piloting the course in year 2, and then doing the research in year 3. And at each one of those junctures, we will be revising the courses based on data. The courses will be proposed and developed by faculty at Utah State University, and those will be housed in departments. So it's important that we don't have orphan courses. So we develop them in the context of Utah State University by Utah State faculty, and they will live in Utah State departments. So they will be responsible for developing and offering those courses at Utah State. However, we will have those in modules and offered through the course commons. Those will be free and available to anyone at any university across the United States or really across the globe. But those will be modular forms so that someone teaching a face-to-face class could use those modules in their undergraduate courses. The courses will be online, and they will include some of the STEM career videos. We will be making additional new videos, and we'll have the same videographer working with us. These are the partners who will be involved so far in developing those courses: Wildland Resources, Extension, Plants, Soils, and Climate, the Applied Sciences, Technology, and Education. CIDI is the one helping us to develop the courses and providing the support. And then also the department that I'm in, Teacher Education and Leadership. The partners have already expressed interest in working on the concurrent enrollment courses. We will open it up to other departments in STEM, like biology, physics, mathematics, in the STEM disciplines. We're working with the Center for Concurrent Enrollment, and we have a director of that center. Tony Gibbons is working with us on that. She helps us interface with the higher education system and the Board of Education in Utah to make sure that those are compliant and getting those approved. We're proposing support, and of course, this will depend on funding. For the faculty developing the courses, we've worked with CIDI and then also with the Center on Online Learning on how much faculty usually receive in compensation for developing a new course. So this is a little bit more than what they are offered through Utah State. So as an incentive, it's $2,500 per credit, up to $7,500 for a 3-credit course. And that involves the training, mapping out and planning the course, and then also the development of the course. In year 2, faculty can receive $1,000 for implementing, and the data gathering will be done online as a part of the course, and then revising the course based on the data that we collect and analyze. And then in year 3, it will be about implementing the revised course and doing a second round of data gathering. We're looking at requesting funding so that those faculty members can help us with dissemination at professional conferences. So for our curriculum, that's on the concurrent enrollment courses. With the curriculum, the project will involve the migration of our existing lessons, the revision of some lessons to make them fit with the Ag in the Classroom framework, the migration of those courses into the Ag in the Classroom system, the translation of Ag in the Classroom lessons and the Smart Foodscapes curriculum into Spanish to provide broader access. And we have some interest in some colleagues in other countries that would like to have the lessons in Spanish. And then with the teacher professional development, we'll have that through Ag in the Classroom and also the Center for Ag, National Center for Ag Literacy. And here's our timeline. The yellow band is for concurrent enrollment courses. And 1, 2, 3, those are the cohorts I mentioned. And that tells you how we'll map that out and make that manageable for the team. The same thing will be happening simultaneously with professional development modules. Those will be cohorted. We'll begin the outreach and dissemination as soon as we have data analyzed and we have research to report. And then we'll start the curriculum migration and do those by grade levels. E is for elementary, M is for middle, H is for high school. So we'll be doing the migration and revision of our lessons and integrating those into Ag in the Classroom framework. And then after which we'll be doing the curriculum translation of our lessons and Ag in the Classroom lessons. And then we'll request doctoral student support to help with our data gathering and also coordinating with CIDI, helping us coordinate among those different centers, those different entities on campus. Right now on that last one for publishing opportunities, our students, which have included master's students, doctoral students, and undergraduate students, they have helped as co-authors on seven practitioner articles. They've been contributors. They've been first authors on 4 of those 7 articles. They have led as first author on our research article that has been accepted with revisions. And then they have been first authors on 8 of our research source sheets. So we've provided some really great opportunities for student professional development. And we plan to continue that. And then Rita and I will be happy to take questions.
Hi, Kathy and Rita. It's JC. How are you guys?
Great. I'm so glad you could join us, JC.
So I have some thoughts. I currently teach ASTE 2900, which is a concurrent enrollment course, and this fits right in with what I teach. And over the years, trying to get students to take that class has been kind of interesting. There aren't very many high school teachers teaching concurrent enrollment ASTE 2900 throughout the state. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about how to recruit students into it. And one of the things that Utah schools do through CTE is they offer pathways. So if a student takes Animal Science 1, Animal Science 2, and then Veterinary Science, they can receive CORDS and Pathway Completion Certificate and wear those CORDS at graduation. I think we need to be lobbying the CTE office the state office that these concurrent enrollment classes are as good as any other capstone opportunity for students on an animal science pathway, for students on a natural resources pathway. And as a recruiter into this class, it would really give me some teeth to get those students to finish their pathways. I don't know who we need to talk to or how we need to do that, but I really think we need to talk to CTE about making these capstone classes in the pathways.
That's a great idea, JC. The person that I mentioned earlier, Tony Gibbons at Utah State, she is the director of the concurrent enrollment efforts at Utah State. So she's really interested in at the university level and college and department levels. They're very interested. Also at the state level, the higher ed, USHE, and then also the Board of Education, they're very interested and want us to offer more courses and more coordination. So Tony Gibbons at Utah State can help us with that effort, and we'll make sure to include you in those conversations. Those are great ideas.
Any other questions or comments? Sure, go ahead.
Hi, Kathy. That was very impressive, giving the presentation while you're being driven around.
Well, the University of Maryland changed their graduation date. So I should have been in Utah and then flying to Maryland. But you know, I'm a teacher. You do what you have to do. I'm a teacher and a mom. So I'm not going to miss graduation. But thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, I was wondering, have you been tracking who's using or downloads on the videos that you're doing? I think you had mentioned the curriculum sheets, but did that also include
That's a great idea. And, you know, we hadn't thought of that. The way we're getting that is from what we've done with Extension. Extension is put those on the course commons. So all we have to do is get those published. I can work on that Extension and my contacts that Eric has helped me with that, Eric Thacker. So we can work on that and get those done.
Thanks. I just thought it would be interesting to see too who and where they're being used.
Yeah.
We just know that, like, from coincidence, like people telling us they use them if they're being used. And Caitlin told us that she had an email from a parent who had a 4th grade daughter. And I guess she's going to interview Caitlin because she saw the video. So, you know, that's kind of how we know right now.
Yeah, it was super cute.
Yeah.
And I did the interview with her, and she was just, it was like I was a hero or something, and it was pretty cool, but surprising, you know, to see the far reach of our project.
Mm-hmm. So Beth put a question in the chat. Do you think some of the modules could be incorporated in science methods instructions? Absolutely. In fact, I'm teaching a online summer 1 course, and I am using a lot of this. So I think, yeah, I definitely think it could be its own course, actually.
And Beth, we are looking at developing some modules on social emotional learning, on scientific literacy. That's one of the things that Judy Lederman's developing. So we're going to include that in the concurrent enrollment courses. So some of the things we're including in those courses directly align with a science methods course.
Any other questions from the chat? I'm trying to get. Yeah, and we can probably, yeah, identify, yeah, like go over the people that we have in the chat. So I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So yeah, let's go over. Yeah, so that's yeah. So I was wondering, getting the introductions. Yeah, well, yeah. Why don't we go over the getting people into the chat, you know, and into the that are attending virtually. So we have Stephen. Yeah, want to going to introduce yourself and are you there? Well, yeah, Rita. So yeah. So probably introduce yourself and then get the.
Okay, I mean, I think they might have stepped away. Sometimes that happens. My name is, go ahead. Is that Stephen? No. All right, I'll start, and it looks like people are coming on. Here we go. I'll just start. My name is Rita Hagevik, and I am the Director of Secondary Science Education at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke.
Great. So next, coming Risha. So you go ahead. Yeah. Introduce yourself. You're in the.
Hi, I'm Risha. You guys all get my email spam over and over, but I'm the admin assistant. I just help put this together and do the newsletter and the website. But
Thank you. Then you have Catherine.
Hi, my name's Catherine Vela. I'm an assistant professor at Utah State, and I'm located in the Eastern Campus.
Aurora. That's a nice.
Hi, I'm Aurora Hughes-Villette. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm an associate professor of professional practice at Utah State at the Logan campus, and Beverly Taylor Sorensen Endowed Program Director for Elementary Arts Education.
Right. Nina, you're next in the.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nina Arshavsky. I work at University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and I am the project evaluator.
We have Beth.
Hi, I'm Beth Klein. I'm a distinguished service professor from SUNY Cortland, upstate New York, and I'm on the board and helping with the science education component.
And then Stephen, yeah. Stephen is, and Kevin.
Oh, Kevin Gunnell, Utah Division of Wildlife, based from Utah.
Great. Hi, Kevin. And then Caitlin, yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm commuting home, so I'm sorry about that. It's a different time zone here, but I'm Caitlin Campbell. I'm at UNC Pembroke. I'm an associate professor there, and my specialty is entomology.
Great. So, and then we'll go over the, yeah, let's go over the room. Yeah, we can go in a, yeah, you can introduce yourself, yeah.
So I'm JC Faslin. I've been working with this group as one of the secondary education teachers. We get to go over the curriculum and review it and then help align it to standards and give feedback.
Great. So CIDI. There's a push there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Uh, so I'm Idi Unzo, working with working under this project for almost almost 3 years now.
I'm Sebastian Schreiber. I'm also a PhD student, second year. I'm dual advised by Dr. Villalba and Thacker. Kind of work in the extension side a little bit, and then in the research side, you'll hear a little bit about what I'm doing towards the end.
Hi, my name is Zubair Barkat. I'm a sociology PhD student working with Dr. Jessica Shad.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Dillon. I am a faculty member at Colorado State University, and my background is in livestock production, particularly beef systems and environmental impacts.
Hi, all. My name is Megan Nasto. I'm the Soil Science Program Director at Working Lands Conservation, a nonprofit group based here in Logan. And Juan invited me to be here, and I'm hoping to do some soil work on this project.
I'm Taylor Payne. I'm part of the Utah Grazing Improvement Program with the Department of Agriculture.
Hey, everyone. I'm Chris Holvey. I'm the lead scientist at Working Lands Conservation and on the advisory board with Taylor et al.
I got no light, but my name's Tim Bateman. I work with GIS and mapping technologies. I work with a company called Northway Ranch Services, where we develop GIS communication tools and database development for the ranching community.
I'm Kari Veblen. I'm a professor here at Utah State University in the Department of Wildland Resources, and I'm a rangeland ecologist.
And I'm Jennifer MacAdam, plant physiology and forage production in plant soils and climate.
I'm Dustin Ford. I'm a range specialist with the Natural Resource Conservation Service.
I'm Matt Palmer with USU Extension in Sanpete County.
Eric Thacker, USU Extension, range specialist.
Great. So,
Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Shad. I'm faculty in the sociology department, and I'm also an extension specialist. And we'll be sharing a little bit on some of the social science work that we're doing for this project after the break.
one in the room in Zoom that didn't go to the introduction or that I missed in the screen. Okay, yeah, and then I think it was the last. It's Juan Villalba. I'm in Rangeland Wildland Resources Department at Utah State University, the PI on the project. Great, I think so. So now we. So are there any other general questions on the on so far what we went through these presentations or? Great. So yeah, now let's break for the. Yeah, so let's have a break, and then we resume with the with extension component, and then hopefully we can integrate all this into a general discussion at the end before going for dinner, for an early dinner, right? Yeah, I think there's some, yeah. Sorry that some people, I don't think we can access that.
Hey there, good to see you.
Hello, hello. Time to get to the last session on the third component, which is extension and the extension component, and then we have the social. So people in Zoom that are you still are you still there? Or everybody? Okay. So yeah. So at least there's
There's Rita.
okay. So it can.
There, Rita.
It's already nighttime. And,
Did you
okay.
want me the mic?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was going to make sure that I'm not off. So yeah, let's say, yeah, so you can introduce it when you already introduce yourself and then the topic.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay online? Must be able to.
We can hear you.
Yes, yeah, sounds good.
As I said, I'm Jessica Schad. I'm part of the extension component of this project. I'm a rural and natural resource sociologist. So myself and my PhD student, Zubair Barkat, are going to be sharing some of the results from research that we have previously done for this project. I'm just going to share these really briefly because we've covered these before. Zubair will focus most of his time on work that he's been doing with AI over the last year or so. And then I should also mention that our upcoming work will include a survey of producers in the region to more comprehensively understand, what would be some of the barriers or challenges or factors that they might consider for adopting smart foodscapes. So just to give you a sense of what we've done over the last couple of years, we started out the project by doing an online rancher survey in 2022, 2023. Then we moved to doing some semi-structured interviews with ranchers across the state in 2023. The last year, Zubair will talk about this today. We've been doing some AI-assisted digital content analysis. So he's going to show you a really cool tool that he's developed using ChatGPT-4. And as I mentioned, in the future, we'll be doing the survey of ranchers. So stay tuned. I'll be sending out some emails for meetings that we'll be putting together where you can provide input on the questionnaire that we're developing and potentially add some questions if you have an interest to do that. So with regards to the survey that we did at the beginning of the project, this was the survey where the introductory video that we developed for the overall project was shared with ranchers online. We asked them to watch that 3 to 4 minute video and provide us with some feedback on the project. So we distributed this through USDA Extension, listserv, social media, and a purchase list. So it was a non-probability sample, just to sort of start to get a grip on what producers were thinking about this proposed project or this current project. So we did have quite positive reactions to smart foodscapes in general. Some were a little more neutral and negative. We did publish this in an article in Rangeland Ecology and Management, if you'd like to look at it a little bit more closely. But they talked about things like potential economic gains from adopting smart foodscapes, improved livestock nutrition, the importance of being environmental stewards, the importance of enhanced biodiversity on the land that they managed, and improving their overall land management. And then, of course, they mentioned some perceived challenges. The most noted one was integration with their existing systems. So they were sort of worried like, okay, if I do this, what does it mean for this other part of my management? Not surprisingly, economic challenges, but also external factors like drought and weather variability, policy constraints, and skepticism just about what we were trying to achieve anyways. And then folks also were wanting some more information about what smart foodscapes entailed. We then followed that up with some qualitative interviews. We interviewed 14 ranchers across 11 Utah counties. We relied a lot on our extension friends, especially Matt Palmer, for giving us some names for people. But we did these over Zoom and in person. They were semi-structured interviews. I will say this was very challenging to even get 14 interviews done. We struggled with, with finding people to agree to take time to do these. And so this sort of led into what Zubair is going to be talking about being more creative in how we can try and better understand ranchers' decision-making. So, being less invasive with regards to their time and using existing data that's already out there to sort of understand decision-making better. You can see some of the characteristics of the interviews there. Generally quite similar findings to what we saw in the previous survey. So thinking about the alignment between economic viability and environmental stewardship, thinking about biodiversity and forage resilience, and thinking about soil and water retention as some of the benefits that they spoke about. They were worried about things like high labor and time demands, so having to learn about planting new types of forbs and legumes. Also, keeping them, maintaining them and establishing them was also something that came up. A lot of skepticism, particularly among the older generations, and worries about, knowledge that they might have about species selection and grazing impact, which we weren't able to share with them when we were doing these. So I'm going to hand it over to Zubair to start talking about what we've been doing more recently. For online people.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Zubair. It's good to see you. Can I just ask how many of you utilize AI in your research or anything? 1, 2, I know Resha, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. So thank you, Jessica. As Jessica said, like during the summer, we interviewed 14 ranchers. It's me, Jessica Shah. We hire another intern to do all these interviews with the help of the extension. That somehow blew my mind. Like, how could I what to do next if we spend the entire summer to interview only 14 of them? I'm having a little bit of sleepless nights. But then, I usually utilize YouTube to listen music. And then I don't know, it's a God intervention or something. I've started searching for ranching videos on YouTube. And then I've started looking at them very carefully, so carefully that YouTube only suggests me ranching videos at that point of time because I sort of got obsessed. What's there? Because I have no idea. I'm not from this Western American culture. So I have no, first I think who upload those ranching videos and who watch them? Who are those people? Is it real? And then I've started looking into them, and then I've started carefully listening them because I conducted the interview, designed the interview guide. So I have the basic understanding of how ranchers talk, what they do, what they like, what they don't. I can even continue with the other slides. I need to. Okay. So then I found this wealth of data. And then again, I have sleepless nights. It's for me, it's like gold mine. Look what we're doing. To get this 14 interviews, we spent 3 of us spent the entire summer. You won't believe how much effort we put to interview them. And here we have hundreds of hours of data, publicly available at no cost in my laptop. I can analyze them. I can do what I want to do with them. And then of data. And then I started thinking that time, I'm talking about not much, 6 months ago, AI was like a taboo. So I utilize AI and I was a little hesitant to share, should I say to all my colleagues that I'm using AI, then they must have think like I'm doing everything using AI. But like AI is not something plug and play that they will do your work. They won't. But thing has drastically changed in last 6 months. You won't believe now colleagues come to me and say like, hey, Zubair, can you help me with this? Like, we want to solve this thing using AI and all. So why I think of using AI? Because it's like hours of data. And like, I know there is data, but like, these are just big data, but then I don't know, are they useful data or not? Like, what to do with that data and how to utilize it for our research. And then I've started utilizing GPT 3.5, which is the free version. And then I started copying the entire transcript and paste it and design some prompts and ask GPTs to look for, like, are there any mention of sense of place? Are there any mention of land stewardship values in this particular video? Can you extract that code for me? And then I started, okay, GPTs are pretty useful in doing that. And it's working, okay. There's another thing in rangeland social science. The thing is, they're pretty much focused on surveys and interviews, and that consists of like 85% of the studies. And another thing blow my mind is, it's been almost 100 years since people are working on rangeland social science, but trust me, you won't find 10 good solid articles on women in ranching. You won't find, like, I said, like, not even 10, like solid 10 articles. But I think like they're so missing from this rangeland social science. And then in our 14 interviews, we have only 2 women. So like, then I talked to my colleagues, I talked to Jessica, like we want to do, if we want to extend this research, but then how to do this? Then I started looking for those YouTube videos. And was it working? Yeah.
It is.
So this data is from last December. We set this criteria that like we will take those videos which are at least 10 minutes focused in Western United States. And then we found like 112 videos by 46 creators, which is equivalent to 47 hours of data. And interesting part is, if we just sort of reduce the inclusion criteria, we'll have more videos. So for instance, right now, if you look into YouTube with a reasonable inclusion criteria, most probably you have 150 hours equivalent worth of data, which is like huge data. Most probably you will need at least 5 years of time to write manuscripts out of them. Like at least, like it's a gold mine of data. And then, okay, we particularly look for sense of place, women in ranching, non-monetary values of ranching, and we also look for underrepresented groups like ranch hands. And then there's another interesting thing. I learned from the literature that society's perception about ranching matters. And then you won't find many articles about them as well, because like how to take them, like this needs lots of resources, pretty difficult to get them in real time. How many, like those of you use YouTube or listen music or whatever, you will see like there are hundreds, there are thousands in videos of comments by the viewers. And we identified like there are around 65,000 comments in those 112 videos. We only analyzed like 20 top videos from each video. We still have this opportunity to sort of analyze all those videos and get a sort of an idea or perception about what people are thinking about ranching or ranching lifestyle and so on. Okay. So I'll just give you a snapshot about the videos we analyzed. The average length of the videos are 25 minutes. And you won't believe, like the average views are 287K. And there are 6,300 likes per videos. 95% of the videos mention some sort of non-monetary values of ranching. 84% some sort of like sense of place is like attachment to the land. 55% of the videos have a mention of women in ranching. 38% mention of like ranch hand or other underrepresented stakeholders. There are 65,148 comments total, like which is around 600 comments per video. We analyze only 2,100 comments. And I'm doing all this using AI. This is where AI plays a role. It's like these are big data, almost real time in a sense, like the day I remember I give my comprehensive exam and submit that manuscript I write for them. The last video uploaded and I analyzed is like just 7 days ago. So like it is sort of that real time and it's like free. So like no effort is needed. This is publicly available data. We just need to make sense of like what data is available there. When we analyze those comments, sort of 72% are positive, 3% are negative, and like there are 25% are interactive. What do we learn from this? What we learn, like when we combine AI and YouTube, we can get smarter insights. Whenever I have this discussion, people will come up and say, hey, these are not real data. These are a group of influencers who are uploading their ranching lifestyle, which is true. It's sort of a very modern, young, technologically savvy men and women ranchers who are uploading those videos, which is true. But then again, we are not claiming that this is the only data we should use, but rather we could use this as a supporting data. Imagine we conducted 14 interviews, maybe we'll conduct 10 more interviews, and then we can support the findings with those video data analysis, like those videos, or we can definitely use them as a supporting data. GPT-4 is fast and focused. I'll show you a little bit later on. Like GPT-4, which is the paid version of GPT, actually analyzed a 30 minutes video transcript in 1 to 2 minutes, saving hours of manual coding, which will usually take me like between 5 to 7 hours, at least 4 to 5 hours, even if you're a topical expert. So like they're saving plenty of time. We are claiming that they're making the invisible visible with AI. With AI, later on, I'll show you in a minute. I analyzed around, I guess, 35 or 36 videos of women in ranching. We write a manuscript, which is almost ready. So yeah, we are with AI, we are making an attempt to make the invisible visible. It is also knowledge co-production. We can look into viewers' comments. The good thing is here, any rancher just with a phone can upload a video. Anyone with a phone or a laptop can make a comment. So that will sort of give us a better understanding about like what actually people think of it. We have 47 hours of publicly available data from 112 videos. Having said that, I'm using different AI tools for last 1 year. AI is still not in a position so that you can rely on AI completely and totally. Having said that, AI is pretty powerful. There's no doubt about it. A human-assisted approach is needed until and unless we know more about AI. So what I did, I sort of manually check because like that time we don't know how AI will perform. AI is learning every day and performing better, getting better in every day. But then I manually check most of the comments. So we call it a hybrid approach where we sort of combine the human expertise with the capacity of AI. Okay, so this is the study, like sort of analysis I've done and write that manuscript, where we analyzed 36 publicly available YouTube videos, which feature 45 ranch women across the United States. I analyze it using GPT-4, plus, as I said, like human-assisted approach. There are 4 themes emerged, like gender expectations in ranching, the nurturing aspect of ranching, sustainable land management, and economic adaptation and innovation. Maybe I'll skip a little bit of that, and I'll share like what we did out of that. With AI, the good thing is you can use those data a couple of times. Like then what I did, I create this customized GPT named Lisa AI. So here I said like developed by Jessica and Zubair's AI lab, which is the imaginary lab I have in my mind. Hopefully we'll have it in coming years. So what I basically did, I condensed this 17 hours of data about women in ranching. Like there are 45 ranch women we identified, and then I condensed the data and create a composite identity of a ranch woman. And I'll show you in a minute what this customized GPT is capable enough. Can you see my screen? Okay. So this is Lisa AI, the ranch woman. This is pretty different from just a regular chat GPT. Why? If you go to GPT-4 and ask anything, GPT-4 is capable enough of answering that. But when you ask something, GPT is looking for its entire body of knowledge. This is why you won't get the exact type of work we are doing, like what academicians are doing. For instance, if you ask a subject expert in sense of place, they will give an answer on that topic rather than moving here and there. So what this customized GPT is doing, like this GPT will give you the answers based on the condensed data of that 45 ranch women. This GPT will act like a ranch woman. Let me show you. For instance, let me say, hello, Lisa.
Hey there, good to see you. What's on your mind? Livestock, land, or just needing to talk things through with someone who's been in the mud and the middle of it?
Show you. For instance,
Well, thanks kindly for the welcome. I'm glad to be here. Sounds like you're working on something that could really matter. Planting nutrient-dense islands out on range? That's a smart idea, especially if you're dealing with brittle environments or trying to hold condition on cattle during dry spells. We've done a little of that ourselves, mixing sainfoin, Sisser milk vetch, or even just red clover into underutilized corners or riparian areas. It's not just about protein. Those plants can shift grazing patterns, boost soil bugs, and give cows options when the grass goes dormant. But here's the thing. Anything we plant's gotta earn its place. It has to compete, reseed, survive grazing and drought, and not need babying. If your islands can do that, they'll be more than supplements. They'll be safety nets. Happy to talk more about what's worked or flopped on our ground.
for instance, now if I ask Lisa about what do you think about our project? Let's see.
I think Smart Foodscapes has its boots pointed in the right direction. You're not just chasing production. You're thinking about resilience, which is what keeps us in business through droughts, price swings, and weird weather. The idea of planting diverse, nutrient-rich patches makes sense to me if it's done with respect for the ecology of each place. No silver bullets. What works in the Sandhills won't always work in the Mojave, but if you're building forage that fills in nutritional gaps, especially in shoulder seasons, and improving soil while you're at it, that's a win. Just don't forget, success out here isn't just about what you plant. It's about when you graze, how you rest a pasture, how cattle learn to use those patches. If Smart Foodscapes is listening to ranchers, testing ideas on real dirt, and thinking long-term, then I'd say you're on the right trail.
So if you can look like Lisa AI is pretty capable of answering the questions. The good thing about Lisa AI is we just start beginning testing Lisa AI. I present this idea to Juan and everybody else. If we can create one ranch woman, we can create anything. What I mean by that, we can create, for instance, it's a composite identity of 45 ranch women, right? We can create, for instance, one individual ranch woman, one individual rancher from, imagine from Moab County. We can create topical experts on, for instance, grazing patterns. We can create anything and everything, almost. The thing is we need the data. We need to learn how to fine tune it, and then we need how to utilize them. I'll give you another demonstration. For instance, if we ask, I ask Lisa what land stewardship mean to you.
Land stewardship means leaving the place better than you found it, plain and simple. It's walking fence lines slow enough to notice bird nests, watching which grass comes back first after a rain, and knowing when to rest a pasture, even if it hurts the bottom line that year. I've fenced off creeks to let willows come back, rotated cattle carefully so the bunch grasses could seed out, and turned down leases when I knew we couldn't graze them right. Stewardship isn't a program, it's a way of seeing. You listen to the land like you'd listen to an old horse, quiet, consistent, and with a whole lot of respect. And here's the thing, land health is ranch health. If the land's tired, the cattle show it. If the soil's alive, everything else follows. That's stewardship to me.
Let me just show, if we ask, for instance, Lisa about what do people misunderstood about livestock and the land they graze? By the way, you can ask anything and everything almost to Lisa AI. The thing is, she will answer based on the data or the way we train her, and you will get the outputs accordingly. Let me show you.
A lot of folks think livestock and land are in conflict, like cows are just wrecking crews on four legs. That's not how it works when you're paying attention. Done wrong, sure, grazing can tear up a place. But done right, it mimics the old patterns. Bunched movement, short duration, long rest. I've seen bare hills come back with careful grazing and time. Cattle can be land healers if you use them like a tool, not just a product. Another thing people miss, the land needs disturbance to thrive. Fire, hoof action, grazing, all part of how these grasslands evolved. Take the animals off completely, and you often lose diversity, water infiltration, even wildlife. Livestock aren't the enemy. Mismanagement is. But when you pair good stockmanship with a land ethic, cows and country can thrive together.
So yeah, these are some of the questions we can ask, and then Lisa AI give answer. But these are just the beginning. Like, this is nothing actually. This is like, the potential we have is enormous. For instance, let me show you the survey we talked in the morning, early in the morning. Let us just ask Lisa to give us some feedback on the survey we are designing. For instance, if I ask Lisa to give me some feedback, this is the thing. And then, for instance, let me copy and paste a little bit of it. For instance, yeah. Copy. And then I paste. Okay.
Thanks for sharing the full survey and background. It's clear a lot of thought went into it. As a working rancher, here's my feedback, plain and honest. What works well? Start with heart questions. Asking if ranching is harder now and whether we'd recommend it to young folks is a good way to connect emotionally and earn trust. Those questions feel like you're listening to us, not just studying us. Benefit challenge framing. Having ranchers weigh both potential benefits and challenges of smart foodscapes is fair and thoughtful. It respects that we're juggling real trade-offs. Sense of place and systems thinking. These sections tap into what many of us feel but rarely get asked about. The questions are strong. especially the ones about identity and land attachment. Flexibility in format. Offering both paper and online options shows respect for how diverse our tech comfort levels are. What you might be missing. 1. Show me, don't tell me. You talk about demo sites and the benefits, but I'd bring that up earlier or more often. A lot of us won't buy in until we see it on the ground, ideally on land like ours. 2. Time and labor demands. One big missing piece is who's going to manage these islands. A few more questions around labor availability, time constraints, and what kinds of help, custom planting, grazing plans, we'd need would be useful. 3. Cattle behavior and grazing patterns. Consider a question like, how confident are you in getting cattle to use these planted areas when and how you intend? Cows don't read extension handbooks. 4. Legacy and multi-generational views. You ask about identity and history, but maybe include something like, how do you see smart foodscapes fitting into your long-term vision for your land and operation? That gets to values, not just logistics. And 5. Trust in researchers. You touch on trust in government, which matters, but I'd also suggest asking something like, how much do you trust land-grant universities or agricultural researchers to understand the realities of your operation? Small suggestions. In section D2, ask not just why they might try it, but under what conditions, like if cost share were available, or they could join a peer group. Clarify functional biochemicals early. Might be confusing jargon. All in all, this survey treats us like thinkers, not just data points. And that matters. Happy to keep kicking the tires with you.
So you can see the feedbacks we get are pretty good. Like the good thing about is when we are designing a survey, we are designing a questionnaire, we can take assistance from a customized GPTs like this. Basically, right now we have a ranch woman or a rancher with us. Whatever question you want to ask. And then you'll get some feedback and then you can incorporate it. Of course, you can go on field and ask and try and check or do whatever you want to do. There is another thing I just want to show you. Before that, do you guys have any questions? I'd love to answer any questions. Yeah, please. Right. No, the thing is how customized GPTs work is, for instance, all the AIs do have a basic, for instance, a basic knowledge base. For instance, this is the basic knowledge base, this pane. And on the top of it, we put customize the things like this. Our customized GPTs operate within that parameter. So they have the knowledge of AIs, plus they have the knowledge of the analysis of those 45 ranch women or the 36 videos we analyzed. What we did, we analyzed all those data and summarized them, like how a woman in ranching would look like. And then we put them here. I'll show you, you can, when you design your customized GPT, you can actually choose how that GPT will talk. What are the, yeah, please. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah, when there's an option called configure GPTs, there you will go and they will ask you what are the characteristics you want that GPT, how you want that answer, how you want that GPT talk to you. Like for instance, here I set our GPTs, yeah. Right. Yeah.
I actually use AI that way. So when I ask ChatGTP for help, I don't want just a standard person answer. I have my ChatGTP profile saved and it remembers who I am and what matters to me. And then now I don't just Google the question. I say, from the perspective of knowing I'm a mother with 2 kids and that it's baseball season and that it's spring season and please help me organize my schedule this week. And it's a very different answer than if I just said, here's some information, will you help me be most efficient? And when I just ask a regular AI that isn't structured with my preferences, the answer is way more for an average white American female. And when I ask my ChatGPT, it's way more helpful.
Yep.
My question is, so one of my biggest hangups on using AI is the energy that it uses to ask all these. Do you think with the customized chat GPTs that because it's just drawing on like a smaller pool of data that it uses less?
I don't know anything about it.
I doubt it. So I have a couple questions.
Okay, can you read the question or like she can ask? Yeah, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. So just a couple questions. So is YouTube creating the transcript for you? Where
Yes.
yes, you're using the YouTube transcriber?
Yes, you can just click that button and you will see.
Right. Do you check it? Because YouTube transcriber is not, known to be the best one.
I have checked most of them manually. I found them pretty reasonably good.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know that the Zoom one is much better.
Okay.
The one that comes with Zoom Cloud, you might want to try that one out. It's a much better transcriber.
Okay, thank you.
And then, so how are you getting rid of the hallucinations that ChatGPT does in your customized AI?
Thanks for asking this. Hallucination is a huge concern in AI world. The thing is, what I found by using it, any customized GPT hallucinate less than any generalized GPTs. They won't, because basically we're customizing the GPT to tackle the hallucination issue. What you just mentioned, like the difference you will see in the answers, that's sort of we call hallucination in AI.
Yeah, you just have to be, hopefully the tool will get better over time and some of the hallucination problems will decrease.
Right.
But I love AI too, and I use it, but there are some kinks about it at this point that hopefully will get better over time.
I'll just explain briefly what hallucination is. For instance, if you ask ChatGPT about, can you please tell me about sense of place framework? ChatGPT will go everywhere and look everywhere to find word by word sense of place and blah blah and everything. Then the thing is, the answer they will give is sort of a diluted answer than what you expect, especially what we academicians do expect. But with better prompt engineering, what is a prompt? Prompt is like how you ask ChatGPT, define sort of the parameters, then you will get better responses. There are other options, for instance, GPT projects, where you can upload a couple of documents, train your GPT a little bit, and then you will get far better response. And these are one of the ways to sort of tackle the hallucination. I believe GPTs are learning every day. And yeah, just a second. What another thing I do, I use multiple GPT, like multiple AIs at the same time to compare their results. You will see like we are good at certain things, and like our colleagues may be better at, like in a team. So I use multiple GPTs, multiple AIs at the same time to see like which is best in giving what answer. Because we don't have any manual right now, so we have to sort of try and test. Sebastian.
Okay, thank you.
We tried Sandpoint and it worked well. Is that, do you consider that a hallucination?
No. The thing is,
Because he said Western United States.
right.
That's why Sandpoint was listed.
Right. Sandpoint was listed because it must be somewhere in our data.
But she didn't actually, but it's not like an accurate representation of it actually occurred, right? So it's like.
The thing is, I know, the thing is, we are still testing. Like the point you just raised, we need couple of individual or researchers to test Lisa AI or any AI for that matter, ask them couple of questions, look for the strengths and the weaknesses. And then, for instance, the question you asked, now if I go and like look to the main data set and maybe customize it a little bit, maybe we'll have a better answer next time. So it will take a little bit of time.
So I have an analogy about this, and I've been thinking about it a lot because I just went to a training on how to incorporate AI into education. And I think about when I started teaching 13 years ago, and I taught breed identification of beef cattle. And I would have my students, do a presentation on PowerPoint, and then everybody would take notes. And everyone was expected to know that Charolais are white and that they have high growth rates and a whole bunch of memorized material. And then I would give them the test. And as we have progressed with technology, if you had told me 14 years ago that my students should be able to Google Charolais and use the information from that Google search in the field, I would have said something like, well, like your teacher said, you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket. But you do. And so I have adapted as a teacher to understanding how Google can help me and help my future generations. And now we still do the breed encyclopedia, we still do the presentations, but I allow them to access their breed encyclopedia for the test. And I feel like if you remember Charolais and you remember something about Charolais, you could look it up in your very directed piece of information and get that and answer it on the test, because that is exactly what I do in the field using Google. And I don't have to remember all those details about Charolais. I just have to have a tickle in my memory to look up Charolais. And that's what we're going to do with AI. AI right now, you just said it, everyone's like, no, that's terrible. We're never going to use it. There's all these problems. But the question we need to be asking ourselves is, how do we address those problems? Because it is such a good tool. And in 5 years, I'm going to be teaching assignments where the students are going to be able to somehow springboard off of AI. And we're going to use that springboard into research. And there are going to be hiccups. But if you'd told me 14 years ago that I could use Google in the field, I would have thought you were crazy. And now I expect that my students do that.
Thanks for your observation. I just give me a second. What I use AI for last 1 year, and I realized like in next 2 years, the future, like professors will ask like, we need students who can work with AIs, and like we need creative students who can utilize AI in their work. I create this customized GPT. My next target is to create customized professors who can answer and work with you on the topic you are working. Most probably when we have 4, 5, 10 of them, that will change the way we think, we work, everything. Like you'll have sleepless nights when you realize the potential of AI. Yes, please.
So listening to the responses to one of the questions, it sounds like she is probably a fan of holistic range management. So that just made me think, so who's making videos, right?
Yeah,
and
right.
In my mind,
And what's their bias?
Yeah, exactly. And I would think that like holistic range people are very excited about it. They tend to probably make videos. And so it seems like anything with ChatGPT, but certainly with this, it seems like thinking back at that level too.
That is one of the weaknesses, though, of this right now, because the bias does not address like my friend is 54 years old, and if you want him to adopt your islands, you're going to have a very different approach than Lisa, and the average American farmer is over 65 years old.
Right. The interesting part is Lisa AI. You are right. Like Lisa AI or any, or for that matter, the customized thing we created have some biases, right? But like this certainly indicates that we can create the profile of a rancher, a typical American ranchers we talked about, who may not be interested in whatever. Imagine we have data of like 20 interviews. We sort of analyze those data, create a profile of them, and then interestingly, we can put Lisa and imagine that person named Juan, for instance. Both of them actually can come together and discuss and generate ideas for us actually. Maybe in our next annual meeting, I will show you where those customized GPTs will interact with each other and generate hypotheses. Check our manuscript. For instance, one is writing, for instance, Smart Foodscape 2. we can put it into Lisa AI and ask her feedback. Like, do you have any suggestion, anything? Yes, please. We are planning to do so. Yeah, yes, please. Yeah. Yeah.
ChatGPT-4 is accessing like a general knowledge, right? Plus this customized data.
Right.
So can we ask, right now, like, can we say Sandpoint doesn't work in my environment? Why? Just to see what.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Wrong several times, and I tell it that it's wrong, and then it refines it.
That's what I was curious about. Who can access these other data?
What's the question you want to ask?
Sandpoint doesn't work.
I can't remember exactly. It said like Sandpoint worked on our place, not like Sandpoint might work on your place. Sandpoint worked, as in this is something that happens in the world.
So you could say Sandpoint didn't work. Yeah, why? Why didn't Sandpoint work? Why?
In my place. Oh, Sandpoint doesn't work in my. Yep.
Good question, and I've wrestled with sainfoin myself. It's a legume with a lot going for it. Non-bloating, deep-rooted, good forage quality, but it's picky. If sainfoin's failing on your place, here are the usual culprits. 1. Soil pH and drainage. Sainfoin likes well-drained, neutral to slightly alkaline soils. If your soil's acidic or heavy clay, it struggles. I've seen it rot out in tight, wet bottoms. 2. Competition. It's not aggressive like alfalfa. If you seed it with grasses that outcompete early, especially crested wheat or brome, sainfoin can't get a foothold. 3. Short-lived stands. Even in ideal spots, sainfoin rarely persists more than 4 to 6 years without reseeding. If you're not managing grazing carefully or letting it go to seed, it fades out. 4. Drought stress. Despite the deep roots, it doesn't love prolonged drought, especially in its first year. Needs decent establishment moisture. 5. Winter kill. In some high elevation areas with freeze-thaw cycles and no snow cover, sainfoin doesn't overwinter well. You're not alone in this. I'd say test your soil, consider seeding timing and species mix, and maybe try cis or milk vetch if you want something more persistent in rougher ground.
Yep. How much time I have? How much time I have? Okay, okay.
But so that information is taken from beyond those videos, right? Beyond those videos that you recorded. So that information is taken from.
But the
Okay.
thing is, when it is looking for information, it knows that she is a rancher and looking for that particular information rather than looking anywhere else. So these are pretty different. Most probably, I'll just finish in just 2-3 minutes. We'll ask, like, for instance, this is the last question we can ask. Lisa. I asked Lisa if we wanted to talk to ranchers about smart foodscape in a way that feels real and respectful, how should we say it? And let us see.
Start with listening, not selling. Most ranchers been pitched too many silver bullets and cost share programs that don't fit our ground or our lives. Here's how I'd open the conversation. We're working on a project called Smart Foodscapes. It's about planting small patches of nutrient-rich forbs and legumes out on the range to help cattle in the land. It's not a full reseed, just islands that could give your herd a boost during the tough parts of the year. We're still learning what works, and we want to learn with you what might fit your place, what won't, and what you'd need to make it worth your time. Make it clear you're not just testing ideas on ranchers, you're testing with them. Talk about flexibility, drought resilience, soil health, and maybe winter protein gaps. Keep it grounded. Leave room for skepticism and be ready to hear no, because that's part of earning trust.
Yep. So that's mostly the demonstration. This is like very, I'd say very early stage of customized GPTs. We can do wonders with them. Like if we train them, if we have a little bit of resources, and like we can create them we don't need much resources as well. Like we need just $20 subscription monthly, a little bit of knowledge and curiosity. We can do wonders. Like we can create ranchers, we can put them together to discuss stuffs and ideas. And yeah, that's all from my presentation. I'd love to answer if any questions you have. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully in the next annual meeting, I'll show you the GPTs. Well, they will interact with each other and like do the work for us. Like a professor, a rancher, and like a couple of GPTs will work together and send it to your email in 5 minutes. Yeah.
That's right. That's my way to it.
Oh, just give me a second.
Oh, Sebastian starts. Okay, so it's next. Okay. So we continue with this on now. Yes, so rancher testing the demonstration plots and then.
Yep. Is it up here? Oh, okay, here we go. There are these. Okay. All right, these are our demonstration plots. We have worked with 5 producers across the state to put in some of these smart foodscape plots to see how well they actually work. What are some of the perceptions among our producers? Yeah, I think if anyone is interested in.
No, I'm serious. I'm very interested.
Yeah. Yeah, for these sites, we had the Park Valley location was irrigated. The other 4 were dry land. And this is the establishment on those species. We kind of expected alfalfa to do a little better than it did. Is on the lower side. Sandfoin across the dryland sites did the best, as Lisa pointed out. Followed by small brunette. The other species kind of struggled. Our most successful site of the dryland ones was near Nephi. That one. So that's interesting.
What's the precip there? What was the soil difference?
So yeah, that site is a little bit like, I would say, loamier, sandier, deeper soils. I don't know what the precip is right there, but of those 2, this is anecdotal. The one we seeded in the spring came up a little better than the one we seeded in the fall. But that's just one data point. Moving on to we're doing a virtual fencing study, also with the plots to see if virtual fencing could be a feasible tool for managing the grazing on the Smart Foodscapes plots. So for example, on these haven't been grazed. This is just data from the first growing season. We'll go back again towards the end of this growing season to get an update, and then after that, they'll be able to be grazed. But probably for the first 1 or 2 growing seasons, just to
let everything get established, you have to manage the grazing. And then even after that, you might have to manage it so that they don't simply get grazed out just in the first couple of years. But we want to know, is virtual fencing a viable tool for doing that? And then an additional question is, for these sort of intensive uses, can we use visual cues, in this case, traffic cones, to maybe improve the efficacy, to improve the rate of learning with virtual fencing? So this study will take place around the first week of July this year. So it hasn't been done yet. We're looking forward to it. There's a training phase, so you got to train the animals. The naive animals, you have to train them with the virtual fencing collars. For those of you that aren't familiar, there's a audio tone that they get when they cross the boundary or when they near the boundary, and then if they continue further, they get a shock, and they eventually learn that association. And after the training period, we will look at fencing out smart foodscape plots. They're not actually going to be the plots. We're going to use some supplement or some hay bales to mimic the plots. But again, we're going to compare using visual cues to just the default package that is commercially available, and see if perhaps using those visual cues in conjunction with the virtual fencing can allow us to maybe move animals across the landscape based on which plots are open, which plots are closed, how fast animals will actually respond to that change, and potentially move across the pasture to go visit that open or away from that closed plot. And then the last phase of this study will be to see if even after we turn the virtual fences off, are animals kind of still avoiding the area if the visual cues stay up? That might, have implications for using those visual cues even without the virtual fences necessarily. Like if you're moving animals and you just need to block them off and you don't have any panels, could we put a few cones up if they're trained to avoid those cones? Something like that. Moving on, we also analyzed some data that was taken. This was GPS collar data over the course of 3 years at the Desert Land and Livestock Ranch in near Wyoming, near Woodruff, Utah. And we were interested in this from a Smart Foodscapes perspective because they had put in these historical rangeland improvement treatments in these kind of discrete patches that most of them were seeded with legumes and other forbs. And so they were kind of resembled these sort of prototype Smart Foodscapes plots. And so we were interested in, could we see the effect that these plots were actually having on livestock distribution over the course of that time? Unfortunately, the date on this this GPS collar data was collected from like 2014 to 2016, and most of these treatments were at least 5 to 10 years old at that point. So it wasn't directly after, but we're looking at some of those longer term legacy effects of these treatments. And we found this is the effect of any of those treatments despite not looking at the actual type. And we found a huge variation, but on average, even 5 to 10 years down the road, we found that livestock were selecting for areas that had been treated. Most of these were brush reduction treatments followed up by seeding of grasses and legumes. And that's with accounting for all of these environmental covariates like distance to water, slope, biomass, and NDVI. And lastly, we spoke about the secondary compounds that these plots are designed to provide. So another word for that would be phytochemicals. Looking at the diversity, the phytochemical diversity within diets, one of the reasons why we think that's beneficial, and there's a lot of evidence emerging on this front is through epigenetic effects. If you don't know, epigenetics refers to the way that genes are actually expressed or not expressed in individuals. It's probably one of the biggest paradigm shifts since DNA was described in 1953. And that's why every cell in your body has the same exact DNA, but your skin cell looks different than your muscle cell, looks different than a cell in your eye. It's because the actual genes that are expressed in those cells are different. And that pattern also holds true across individuals. That's why identical twins aren't actually identical for their entire lives. They have the same exact DNA, but their gene expression patterns are a little bit different. And that can have major implications for the animal's health. Epigenetics controls things like resistance to cancer, the way animals grow and produce meat and milk, inflammation, and metabolism, along with pretty much everything else that occurs in biology. But what we're finding out is that these phytochemicals are really important as signaling molecules, and they can actually have profound effects on the animal's epigenome through things like DNA methylation, histone modifications, and nucleosome spacing. We won't get too technical, but another reason why this has pretty big implications for livestock production is because these environmental influences can leave these epigenome marks, and some of those marks can actually be heritable. So if this mother cow in this example, number 2, is consuming a phytochemically diverse diet while she's pregnant with her calf, then, for example, that calf, you might hypothesize, has improved immune response or improved metabolic health throughout that animal's lifetime because its epigenome was set up in utero by those dietary interventions. And that can happen across multiple generations. And the study that's starting just this year to test that is with Dr. Van Vliet, and we're comparing animals with access to the islands with animals that are just grazing monoculture. These are bred cows, and we're seeing if we can track those phytochemical compounds from the plants into the animals, potentially across the blood-placental barrier into the fetus, or through the milk into the fetus, and then seeing if that's reflected in not only the metabolome of the animals, but also their epigenome, and then seeing if that manifests in traits when the animals actually mature and are eventually harvested. So that was kind of a whirlwind tour, but any questions on?
How do you manage variables like the cow, the monoculture pasture? How do you make the environment as similar as possible to the one in the polyculture pasture?
Yeah, so this is happening on the same experimental islands in Richmond that we're doing the other studies. So they're really small paddocks. So it was like the 6, and then we have 3 and 3, and so they're really quite similar ecologically to each other. And then the cows are coming out of the same group. They've been randomly allocated to those 6.
I'm gonna bet on your polyculture pastures. When I bring my cows off the desert, I really am gonna track it this year. I bet you money the calves that came off the desert will have higher weaning weight. And they shouldn't, because they had a harder life in the beginning. And I don't know if it's because their moms have access to those nutrients when they're in utero. I don't know. I'm really curious to see.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
Another thing too is like if you rope a calf off the desert and try to brand it, and you rope a calf from the farm and try to brand it, they're completely different animals. And they can weigh the exact same amount, but the one from the desert is way stronger.
Mm.
So that's why I was wondering about controls. Is it stronger because it went over different terrain? Is it stronger because its mom had to go farther? You know, you got Darwinian there, right? But, you know, just survival of the fittest. If it came off the desert, maybe it was just tougher, but it'd be interesting to see with your controls.
Yeah, the nice thing is we'll be able to control for a lot of that because they'll be like in almost the same exact area, just in a slightly different paddock. So. All right.
Are you doing any kind of genetics analysis? I didn't hear.
So the way that the epigenetic analysis goes is we look at the genes that are differentially expressed
Mm-hmm.
in the control and treatment animals, and then we can sequence those genes to see actually what those genes are that are being differentially expressed. So we're not doing any sort of like whole genome sequencing, but we will be able to see which genes are actually affected.
Okay, that's great. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you.
I'm last, and we're probably all done here, so I'm just going to be real brief. We are holding the grazing school, and it will be June 18th and 19th. We get together every year and plan it out. We plan it in March with the extension agents. It's going to be in Spanish Fork, and we're hoping to have virtual fencing involved in this new, in our workshop this year. We've got a lot of interest in the virtual fencing, and rightfully so. If you spend time reeling out, I don't know, Sebastian, reeling out electric fencing and keeping deer and elk and everything out of your fencing and trying to keep it up for these islands, I think it's the way to go, because now we can pull up our phone, tell the animals where they can't graze, they can graze that area, and tell them when they can graze those islands. I think it's the wave of the future. I'm a rancher. We have cattle that are grazing fire breaks around a scout camp. I can't have my animals into the scout camp, but I want to graze that fire break a little more intensively, but I can't throw out temporary electric fences because the deer and elk and the snow loads are just going to kill that fence. So this is a huge interest to a lot of people out in this area, and so we're hoping to have virtual fencing in place so that we can actually bring some animals to this workshop and have a demonstration of virtual fencing. That's our goal. They told me it would be delivered sometime mid-June, and that's not enough time to get them trained. So I said, can you get it to me first part of June? So I'm hopeful we'll have it and have maybe 5 or so steers to the workshop. Our extension agent in Utah County will be hosting it at his family farm. That's where we'll host that. And we'll be providing lunch for them through the Smart Foodscapes program. And I don't know if there was someone who wanted to present there at the lunchtime or something, if somebody did. So.
It's like the last time I adopted practices was at a grazing school. And so when you were asking in your thing, how do we get farmers to do it? I went to the grazing school in Price 3 years ago, and then adopted those practices.
So.
You got to get your favorite farmer there to tell him how he did it.
Yeah, that's right. Any other questions about the grazing school? Okay. Back over you.
Great. So that's pretty much what we have. So yeah, we can probably leave this up for discussion now on any of the topics we just went through. Yes. So here for people in the chat, I think I've seen a question. Yeah, so if you have any questions from the group here in the room or virtually, yeah, we can start going from what we are planning on accomplishing this year and then into the future. So any questions or? any thoughts? After, yeah, use the, yeah, go on that.
I have a question with the virtual fence stuff. Is it, and I'm with how it works, but how I understand it is like a cell tower, or how does that work?
So the systems now can either run off a cell service tower, or you have to have a tower that you purchase and put on your place if you don't have cell.
A lower one tower, like a.
Okay, so you actually, you install the tower?
You, cell towers.
Like fence? Oh.
No, so right now, the system we're going to use is the Gallagher system. And the reason we chose that system is because we have cell service on our research farm. I think that you have cell service up here in Logan, and it's cheaper because those towers, if you don't have cell service, you have to buy the tower, and they're $6,000 to $10,000 a piece. But if you're on a ranch in a remote area where you don't have cell service, you're going to need to buy those they're not cell towers, they're what would they call them?
LoRaWAN towers.
LoRaWAN towers to communicate with the callers and then get them to either a satellite system if you're in a remote area. So they have ways to do it. It just gets more expensive if you're not on a cell tower system.
Right. Any other questions? Okay, so, yeah, so we'll take your information, so hopefully we'll get another demonstration plot in your area. And then yeah, like a question I had, is from the soils perspective, and I think I've been visiting with Chris about that. So what are the benefits that you see in terms of this approach into the soils? I can see the benefit in the island itself, but then how I've seen some studies. I was in Brazil last year, and then they were conducting studies on silvopastoral systems where they claim that they use also islands of trees, and then they're claiming that the benefits of the soils are not just on the island, but then they diffuse the same way you see for seeds potentially diffusing and moving outwards from the island to the outside. The same pattern they're seeing with the fusion of carbon and nitrogen from those three islands to the neighboring areas that actually the cows are utilizing, because that apparently that soil around those three islands are getting better, improving the microbiome. They're looking at microbiome and then the diffusion of the carbon. And so I was wondering if this, with legumes and grasses and potentially shrubs, that can be the case in these systems where you get an improvement that is beyond the island itself, but spreading, potentially, maybe not, I don't know the temporal scale, but spreading out the same way that you see with seed, or I don't know, any comments from the soil specialist or? Yes, that's the plan. Yeah, so that's essentially the plan, to study more the soils and carbon. I think we've been visiting about that, but that's, to me, the question is how that that benefit is beyond the island itself. I don't know if you have any comments, or Chris, you have any? What are you on the spot? Yeah, Megan left.
So are you gonna add some soil specialists to the phase 2? of the project? Yeah?
That's the plan. Yeah, we had one
Okay.
parted, right? That's we have one that.
We had
but-
one here in the meeting who just left.
So
But
that's the person that's gonna do it?
Well, yeah, potentially we have, and then from I think we've been visiting with Carrie about potential people. One faculty also departed. That so I don't So if you have any comments or if you've seen that working on islands that carbon and nitrogen potentially moving by diffusion outside the island or microbiome changing.
I haven't read anything about that. I mean, the most that I can think of, and I'm not a soil ecologist, but if something changes with the soil in the island where it has more carbon, it's holding more water, you can imagine that that might affect the immediate surrounding area somehow.
And then potentially the microbiome of the soil and all that. That study in Brazil, they actually it's a silvopastoral system. They found huge effects on outside the island effect. Jennifer, that's.
I was talking to Megan briefly, and I think she has plans to start with in vitro studies, which would make sense because then you could, expand once you have some data, then you can hypothesize what might happen, and then you can go looking for what could happening in the broader environment.
Yes, that's to me that's an aspect that hasn't. When I saw that, that maybe at a smaller scale happening, going on in this, even maybe with shrubs again, creating like microclimates that are, like as you say, moisture and potentially impacting, areas that go beyond the island. That's.
I mean, one thing is that interesting things happen on edges, right?
Yeah, kind of
So
edge
that
effects,
could be, thinking about different shapes and configurations, right? So like if you had more edge on one sort of shape of an island versus another, then you might end up, increasing increasing how much is actually impacted.
That's. So that's one aspect that I think we need to, in the 2.0, I think that's something that should be, significant moving into the future. I think that's, another component that we didn't discuss. I think it's also we have Dave Dahlgren, he's not here today, but, looking at pollinators. So I know this been working this summer on pollinator habitat and bird habitat for in this that then hopefully in the next meeting we'll have data on that too, so that another added benefit. And I think that also moving into large scales, I think that provides also a lot of another ecosystem services that we can get from those islands. I don't know. So Pablo, I think he's left, but that's another way to me thinking about is how to expand this into large scales and what will be the design of systems where we put these plots of legumes in a way that maybe not looking beyond the NDVI, like Doug was mentioning early on, that maybe utilizing other tools to see how areas that may make more sense, working with probably landscape architects or someone that have an idea of landscape design on how to deploy these patches into the landscape beyond just looking at patches of moisture, or potentially with restoration. So can be multiple uses in addition to locating or designing these landscapes I think there's probably a lot of room to improve in terms of, well, how we deploy them in addition to just look for moisture or areas that we need to restore. And maybe, you know, this with this idea of restoring monotony, maybe that, you know, maybe other factors or other variables that one can use to restore biodiversity, focusing not just on moisture patterns or areas that we need to really intervene. I think that's something. I know that in New Zealand that they are using, you know, local knowledge on areas where they need to, you know, enhance biodiversity that isn't necessarily linked to the landscape restoration needs or the moisture patterns. So that's you know, maybe thinking, you know, larger landscapes, trying to get other ideas on how we can, you know, getting into this, you know, I don't know how that, yeah, maybe, you know, that I know that some ranches where we worked, when we did that study on supplementation, you know, that the movement patterns of wildlife and how that, you know, introducing some of those islands in areas where you get, you know, potentially more use by, you know, wildlife, or that I remember was one of the manager was one of the ideas, or where to actually put those patches was when in areas where the, you know, elk will potentially, you know, move, like a corridor where the elk will move across, and then say, well, if you just have this, an area where they can just stop, you know, for this, where they find this forage, that could be another potential use, you know, that people can, so that could be one alternative to just, so thinking more out of the box, just beyond just standard ways to distribute those islands, right? Beyond that, what we already thought that was, I think, was a really clever approach, where we'll take at least the places where they are most likely to establish. But that's, and then another thing I think we've been discussing with Carrie is that idea of maybe diversity on the islands as well, not just all the islands looking the same, but having a diversity of species within those islands. That's something that, to me, at least I think has some value for continue exploring on these treatments that one can apply at larger scales.
When
Sure.
If you're writing the second part of this one, we utilize AI for social science component right now. But with the potential AI we could have actually include them in other components as well. For instance, in education and extension, or for instance, the research we're doing, particularly idea generation, hypothesis testing. AI could be an interesting component, especially with the strategic reinvestment we are doing currently in the United States. It could give us a leverage, at least the proposal you are planning to write. So yeah, just want to share.
That's a really good point. Yeah, that's right. So getting, yeah, the same, yeah, because that's not limited just for the, say, the survey questions that you kind of devise, right? So that that brings what you brought here is like another level of resolution, where you potentially not asking questions beyond, not necessarily constrained to what we'll ask producers, but this type of questions, for instance, kind of out of the box ideas on how and where to, you know, establish those islands, and so create this emergent, you know, knowledge that then the same that, you know, that I remember a lot the way that we used to do like agent-based modeling, where you get you use agent-based modeling to create hypotheses to test in the field. We've done that in the past, you know, that, so that agent-based modeling gives you essentially testing questions for, so I can see the same. I think I talked to you before, I mentioned that. So I can see a parallel with this, you know, that creating like creating emerging properties that then you go out to the field and test. I think that will give a lot of really great opportunities to do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you thinking about pairing island location with, restoration methods people are using, like media lunas down in dry areas or any of the kind of stonework, rock work, and soil work that people use to gather or create more soil moisture?
That's right. That will be the plan for the next 2.0. Yeah, like creating and potentially synergisms of restoration. I think that's what we visited, so that maybe more than one restoration approach, that to enhance the efficiency and the likelihood of success. So that's so where is that in? Oh, okay. So she's doing combination of treatments, so combining restoration. Great, that was someone to connect. More likely to, to me that idea of it transplanting the whole, adult plants, to me that's really something that can be done, in the short term, kind of studies that potentially can be done in the short term, and then maybe synergies with other potential approaches. I don't know, like nursing, having this nursing plants, or that creating the habitat, for other species. So I think combining, to me, that the same synergies that we see on with different chemicals, that we are getting in, potential synergies on the animal, then those synergies on restoration, that could be another good approach, to get, because it's challenging. Yeah, this establishing those legumes has been challenging for sure. Yes, Jasmine.
I have a question. How about following them through the feedlot and meat that comes off those animals? Do you have
You mean
anyone?
the nutrient profiles that come from the
Yeah, doing a full workup of, the macros, vitamins, acid profile. Then on the island, kind of just goes to that, and you meat quality, basically.
Yeah, that's going to be part of what I presented very last on. So like we're comparing even just in utero effects. Is that going to like last throughout life versus if they're not exposed to it in utero, can we save that with later life exposure? And then Dr. Stefan Van Vliet is doing the metabolomics, so looking at like the secondary metabolites, but then they also usually do like fatty acid profiles, so like omega-3, omega-6 ratios and stuff like that. Yeah.
No, and that's, that I learned this morning that you can even put this into a life cycle as well, right? So that's
yeah. We've been working on LCA, complete some actually are building this argument that if you want to compare environmental impact and nutrition, consider the unit of the food, the function of the food as providing nourishment. And so then it's what's the environmental impact per unit of nourishment that you get from the product, not just per kilogram of food, because that sort of reduces the influence of efficiency on the final outcome. And it accounts for the fact that sometimes you are producing a more nutrient dense product, which theoretically you would be off of the Foodscapes.
That's right. That's why I didn't know that you could do a life cycle on that. That's kind of really, and then I think that's what I asked this question. This morning you can get potentially the life cycle of these phytochemicals, right? Getting into the tissues of the consumers, right? When they are getting antioxidants, all these effects that you can see how they move into the system, tracking them into the system. Like omega-3s, and yeah, antioxidants, phytochemicals. That could be something that, yeah, that'll be the next level of resolution. I think that'll be really cool, really interesting to include in that. So we should have that discussion, yeah, with Stefan, this guy that is doing all the metabolomic work, and then yeah, that's for sure. That's also gets into the next step, right? So how that is impacting the consumer. Okay, so yeah, so now the new, so let's, so then we have at 6 p.m. We are really getting close. So there is, oh, 6:30, okay, so at elements, but 5:30, so we're ready now, so it's ready to that. So, okay, so yes, at the elements, 5:30, well, yeah, so you can just, yeah, so they will have a room reserved for us there. So yeah, that's, so we can keep discussing now how that life cycle, that those nutrients get into us. That's, okay. So yeah, unfortunately for you guys, I don't think there's no dinner we can deliver dinner virtually. But yeah, thank you very much for your participation. And then, yeah, we'll send, we'll have all the recordings, and then we'll have this summary of the presentations by PDF, and then we'll upload that in our website and send a link to everybody. Sorry? Yeah, let's share so we'll have the recording and then